Morning to our viewers viewing in on live stream. As is traditional with the commencement of our meetings, councillors, I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we gather on, our First Nations people, the Durrumbal, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, and pay respects to all Indigenous cultures within Livingstone. We're going to go to Councillor Eastwood this morning for our prayer. So thank you, Councillor Eastwood.
Yes, Father, we thank you for such a glorious day, Lord, in a wonderful part of the world. And we are truly blessed, Lord. And Father, today we just pray that in our decision making, Lord, we will make wise, good, thought out decisions. And Father, because we know that the government rests upon your shoulders, Lord. And that's what it says in your word. So today we just pray, Lord God, that you be with us. We'll be mindful of each other, respectful. And Father, look, we just acknowledge you for this wonderful place. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. We have a full attendance today, and councillors, I'd like to introduce to you Senior Sergeant Neville from the new officer in charge of our Yeppoon Police Station, and I'm going to ask him to pronounce his surname, please. Zarkovic.
Trained here. Zarkovic it is. So.
Yeah, so Senior Sergeant Neville Zarkovic. Thank you, Neville, and welcome to Yeppoon. We've always had a very good relationship with the Queensland Police Service and Yeppoon branch, and we look forward to continuing that under your leadership. So welcome to Livingstone and welcome to the Capricorn Coast, and we certainly hope you enjoy your tenure here and your family settles in well.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the welcome. I really appreciate it. It's been very welcoming actually to the community, so yeah, I really appreciate it. So.
It's a great community. It's a very involved and interested community, which we know very well. So again, welcome. And please, whenever you wish to leave, you've got things on, no doubt, please feel free. Yeah.
Sorry, Mayor, I know you got your meeting, but is there any questions you've got of me before I leave? I was just going to give you that opportunity, I guess, while I'm here, that's all. So.
Councillors, any questions of Senior Sergeant Zarkovic?
I'd like the opportunity, and welcome, I'd like the opportunity for you to come back on a regular basis, just give you a little update as to what's happening around the town, how you see we can assist, or what difficulties you might find that we can sort of make easy for you.
Yeah, I'd really appreciate that offer because I had a really good working relationship with Fraser Coast Council, where I came from. I think collaboratively we worked really well together. I think I spoke earlier with some of the councillors. Some of the technology we brought in down there was really beneficial to the community, and I think that's something together we could work towards. So, and I'll be more than happy to do that, and look forward to the invite. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, I appreciate that.
And Neville, you were thinking about some sort of consultative group as well, going forward potentially.
Yeah, it's something I'm looking forward to. I know there's been some forums in the community prior to my arrival, so I'd like to see if we can sort of get some sort of structure, I guess, and that'd be something I'd like from input from council as well. You know, I know forums are a good thing to air what issues that are going on. Well, I think if we could have something of a bit more of a continuous nature, just something to give us that opportunity to sort of work backwards and forwards together. So, okay. and to get input from the community, because it's always good to. I think it doesn't matter what organisation you're in. Sometimes you can become very insular, and just have that outward-looking view a little bit. Sort of does help, I think. So, yeah.
Well, we're always happy to be at those tables for discussions. So.
Yep.
Look forward to it. All right, councillors, any other questions for Senior Sergeant Zarkovic? All right.
Thank you. Senior Sergeant, welcome. We're so happy to have you here in Livingstone, and we're looking forward to working with you throughout your time here and our time also sitting at this table. Just one thing on public record, seeing that we're live streamed to the community, they would like to know whether, even though you've only been here for a very short amount of time, that you're well aware of the juvenile issues that we have and the stealing of the cars, and so I'm sure that you are fully well aware of that, as we've previously spoken.
It's something, as an officer in charge, not only me, but even at a district level, it's something that's monitored by police quite regularly. And that's something, at our planning meetings and our, with the guys, even right down at the bottom level, it's something that's discussed and tasked with the guys to deal with. So, yeah, well aware, and we have the systems in place to continually monitor that, should I say, and make sure we're targeting those issues. So,
Lovely, thank you. And I am smiling under the mask.
Question I made, Mr. Mayor, if you'll indulge me. I'm just curious, what do you like to do outside of policing? I mean, we've all got lives outside of what we do here, and it'd be nice to, if that's not a personal or too personal question.
I've got 2 young children, so they chew up a fair bit of my time. So they're both been active in sport over the years. So
Great.
As any active parent doing that sort of thing, I don't get much time for myself. So, but just like getting out walking, do a bit of fishing, and
Great.
A bit of gardening. A bit of a boring lad I am. So just
Yep.
So
You come to the right place.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else, councillors? All right. Well, again, thank you for coming along today, and thank you for allowing us the opportunity to introduce you to our community. All right. Good to see you. Thank you.
I'll give you a call.
All right, councillors. Item 3, there's no leave of absences or apologies. Item 4, confirmation of minutes of previous meetings, and we have 3 sets. Minutes of the ordinary meeting held on the 19th of July 2022. Moved Councillor Mather. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Next lot of minutes are the minutes of the special meeting held on the 26th of July 2022. Can I get a move and a seconder, please? Moved Councillor Bello. Thank you. Seconded. Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. And the meeting of the minutes of the special budget adoption held on the 26th of July 2022, councillors. Councillor Bello, would you like to move that one, being a budget meeting? Okay, thank you. Seconded. Councillor Watson again. Thank you, Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Any declarations of interest on any matters on the agenda today? Councillor Watson.
Yes, Mr Mayor, the temporary road closure at Banglee, 12.2.
All right, thank you.
And this was there, 12.1, the upgrade to gravel road.
Okay.
And similarly for me, Mr Chair, and I do apologise to the CEO for not forwarding that on earlier. It was remiss at my end, completely missed that one. So.
And Banglee for you, Councillor Watson. 12.2. All right, thank you, councillors. No deputations today that I'm aware of. And 7, business arising or outstanding from previous minutes. Mr CEO, can I pass to you and your officers, please?
Thanks, Mr Mayor. As is our new practice, I'll take the report as read with update comments from officers on the table of outstanding items, but happy to take questions by exception.
Through the Chair, Mr CEO, item number 8 with the denutting of the coconuts. I've been speaking to a couple who, if we do continue denutting, they'd be interested in taking the coconuts so they don't go to a landfill to be able to be recycled and turned into other products. I'm still working with them.
Thank you. Through the Chair.
Councillor Friend.
Number 13 was a notice of motion advocating for pest management and the feral goat reduction on GKI. Correspondence was emailed to the leaseholder, Minister Scanlon and Brittany Lauger, along with Natural Resource Management and the state government. Have we heard anything more from that correspondence?
Mr Mayor, I've not seen any responses at this stage. We can get a response for you offline, Councillor Friend.
Thank you.
Mr CEO, item 9, that's the matter in relation to Black Summer bushfire funding for Gravel Pit Road. Just seeking clarification on that, and I don't expect an answer today, but I'm not sure whether that was Councillor Hutton's motion or mine, so if we can seek clarification on that, please. It doesn't really matter in the scheme of things, I just, for the sake of clarity and correctness, that's all.
Sure, we'll check that that's the resolution that was passed.
Yep. No presentations of petitions. Item 8.
Not quite.
I beg your pardon, sorry, I've got to finalise 7, my mistake, sorry.
That's
Councillor
okay.
Mather?
I noticed your strategic road network planning coming in December. That's a little way to go yet. Number 5 is the assessing, the roads assessor. We are going to get a August 2. The quote documents will be finalised in line with the discussions. Can we ask the director as to when we might expect that? I know he's been really busy, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I was hoping to have the documents finalised for further discussion at the end of August. So from the previous discussions, I was going to finalise the brief for Council to review, and I was going to provide a list of competent contractors so that Council could review those, and then we could finalise our list so we could obtain quotes. I was planning to go out to market in September, so we can get that work underway.
So you're looking at the next, through you, Mr Mayor, you're looking at the next briefing session or the next meeting? Because that'll take us into September anyway.
I haven't had too much thought about the next briefing session. I wouldn't mind potentially doing it in a standalone session, because it might take a little bit of time to digest the brief, and also for Council to understand the different contractors and their capabilities. So I wouldn't mind doing that in a separate session. I haven't spoken to Mr Mayor about that in detail, or the CEO.
It sounds like a good idea to cover all bases there, because we'll only do this once, and we just make sure that we've got the basics and we get it right.
All right.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. Councillor Watson.
Mr Mayor, number 16, I noticed there's the Keppel Sands boat ramp. Last week, I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah, Councillor Mather and myself had a meeting with Brittany and a few people from the Coast Guard at Keppel Sands. And I noticed that Mr Creederman has sent through a letter to State. Yep. And I know the Coast Guard is going to be sending a letter through, which there's an issue over there because of the safety of the Coast Guard trying to launch their boats to save other people. So we're trying to bring that back to the front again.
Yep. Thank you, Councillor Watson. Councillor Mather.
Yes, Lindsay Street beach access. I know we've got it at the resident reach at the markets. Was it next week?
Yes.
21st of August?
This weekend.
Yeah, moving up on us, isn't it? I'm just wondering, because if this was going to be, if it was meant for the public to have a say, we'll only be having those who are passing by a tent and not having a full extent of public perception as to what's needed out there.
That's correct.
Yeah. I mean, it's important because it's obviously a little place where people can actually launch their boats, but there will be some against, but there's certainly a push to have it done. So I'm just wondering if see how we go, I suppose, and if it's not enough widespread interest or agreement one way or the other, then we might have to look at doing it in a different fashion. That's all. That's what I'm thinking.
Yep.
I'm just looking here. No, I think we've covered it, Mr Mayor. Everybody's got something there. And they're all important ones, these little short lists. They're all very important.
Any other matters, councils?
Yes,
Councillor Bello.
Mr Chair. Just to the CEO there, just in relation to the notice of motion that I've still to put forward, that's still to be determined regarding Lake Mary fire shed bitumen access. It's neither on the business outstanding or it still hasn't come back to a briefing session to my knowledge. So I'm just curious, in what way are we going to capture it so we can ensure that we deal with it one way or the other ultimately?
Mr Mayor, I'm unaware of the whereabouts of that particular item. I'll have to take that one on notice, but we'll get councillors an answer on that today.
Can I just ask a question on that? Can I ask a question?
Councillor Mather. Yeah.
The motion was lost that we'd spent, well, you'd not correct me. It went to the table as a motion, and I understand it was lost. And I'm just wondering, what is it that we can do with it if the motion was lost? And
Well, rather than perhaps we get lost in a debate on a notice of motion that's still to be resurrected, Councillor Mather, let's just wait to hear from the CEO and we can discuss it later on.
Happy to do that, but where do you look if it's been through a motion? It might be in the minutes, or it's not business outstanding. I mean,
Well, again, we're going to rely on the CEO to dig that out, councillors.
Yeah, okay. I'm sure the girls will know how to find it.
I'm sure they will.
Thank you.
All right. Any other matters, councillors? All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder to receive the business outstanding table? Moved Councillor Friend, thank you. Seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. As I said, no petitions. Item 9, councillor delegate reports. 9.1 is the Community Voice Panel, Healthy and Inclusive Communities. Who's delivering this one? Okay, Councillor Eastwood, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I'll just provide a quick commentary, Mr. Mayor. We had a very successful little meeting. It was good to see the numbers still there. And there was a presentation by Council's Disaster Management in relation to volunteers and you know how important our volunteers are within our community. And then there was also a presentation by Russell in relation to placemaking. A panel member provided information regarding the Emu Park ladies funding, so they've raised some money, and I'd actually like to see put it towards a new skate park. And it was interesting. I did some community stuff with Yeppoon High School down at Emu Park a couple of days in a row, and that was the biggest thing that kids were calling out for in Emu Park. So that's something that we need to keep our eyes on and do what we can to assist in the facilitation of that. There was discussed options for potential areas in the region to be considered for training for the CQ Olympics, like we spoke about the other day, and pretty much the same stuff came up that we spoke about. So, you know, with things like surf lakes and sailing and stuff like that. Some panel information in relation to the Queensland's Disability Network. Some funding has become available to assist people living with a disability and their carers in relation to disaster and the preparedness of that. And then there was an update. There is an update to be provided in relation to the terms of reference. So that was a really good meeting, and it's good that it's still chugging along. We'd like some more members just to fill the places to those that we've lost. But thanks, Mr. Mayor. That's probably all I need to say.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Any questions of Councillor Eastwood? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Eastwood, just on your point 6, what was, and pure curiosity on my behalf, what was your update provided to the members in relation to the 2-year terms of reference? To be provided. Okay, thank you.
Right. Any other questions, councillors? All right. Can I get a seconder for Councillor Eastwood? I'm assuming you're moving, Councillor Eastwood? Second, Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 2 is the Community Voice Panel for Water, Waste Management and Environment. And Councillor Friend, would you like to speak to this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, we had a full complement of members attending. It was also a very proactive and positive meeting. We had presentations from Management of Engineering and staff from that particular section in relation to the Queen Street car park project. And this also includes some removal of trees. This was explained in depth to our panel members that we will have to remove some of the trees along that area, but we are certainly going to be replacing them. There's no question of not replacing them, but this is just going to shore up more car parking within that area and a safer drop-off point for those at St Ursula's. We had a panel member presentation from Malcolm Wells, who is the President of Landcare, and also this year's Livingstone Australian of the Year. And he just advised about his panel work with the Tarangambar State School and the Environmental and Cultural Studies area that they're working on in that particular school. We had a presentation from our local law officers in relation to permits along beach accesses or beach frontage. We then discussed rehabilitation of vacant lots, and there was a suggestion by our panel members that we should incorporate new projects, individual residents and community groups to rehabilitate areas of bushland or vacant lots. That was a suggestion that came forward. We discussed briefly the feral goats on Great Keppel Island. and also tree vandalism policy and procedure. We went through that. We discussed briefly in our meeting the Leave Livingstone Alone campaign at the time, that this was being brought forward. And so we got through a lot of business, and we discussed the local law review as well. So and also up and coming events from our natural resource management that have already occurred. So overall, our next meeting is going to be quite exciting. We're going to be taking a bus or a trip out to the sewage treatment plant and to the landfill, and to give everyone within our voice panel the opportunity to see for themselves the progress that Livingstone are making in this area. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Any questions of Councillor Friend?
Statement, Mr. Mayor, it's good to see that Councillor Friend's so excited about a trip to a waste facility. It's just amazing. It's
Oh,
great.
thanks, Councillor Eastwood. I love talking rubbish.
We're not going to go there. All right, can I get a seconder for Councillor Friend's? Okay. Councillor Eastwood, I'll pick you. Thank you very much. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Item 10, councillors, which is the question statements and motions on notice from councillors. And we have one from Councillor Hutton today in relation to lodgement of defence leases. Councillor Hutton, would you like to talk to that one, please?
Happy to move the motion and take any questions.
All right. So moved, Councillor Hutton. Happy to second that one. It's all right. Happy to second that one. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor, or just entertain questions, Councillor?
Happy to speak to it, but I thought if there are any questions first.
I do have a question. I'm just curious if the councillor can answer it or anybody can answer it. In relation to the officer's remarks at the bottom there, does that negate the motion or the proposed motion? Because it seems that the state government can't even, or Townsville certainly, City Council, can't get the information that we might be looking for, that's all. Is there some embargo on that information going to any other council?
Well, I'm sure Councillor Hutton will have a response, Councillor Mather, but my thought process around that is it's kind of, with absolute respect, irrelevant whether they've responded to Townsville or not. This is Councillor Hutton's motion on behalf of Livingstone Shire Council, and I think the more councillors that put in these sorts of motions, the more pressure it places on somebody to respond. Councillor Hutton?
I'll go with what he said.
Any other questions of Councillor Hutton? All right. Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillors, as you can see from the motion provided, I'm seeking that Livingstone seeks to have fair treatment. So ultimately, we have a series of parcels of land up north which have been acquired as part of the growth of the Shoalwater Bay Military Training Area. However, due to lags in requirement, they're not being used for military purposes presently. So they're currently being leased back to the exact same landholder who was using it for an agricultural purpose last year, and probably will be using it for the same agricultural purpose next year. In those conditions, I think it's only fair that the same farmer that last year would have paid rates for the contribution that they make and for that land should be able to pay a contribution for that use of that land and the contribution they make to the community. When the land is used for defence purposes, I fully accept that the Defence Department does not pay rates as it is part of the national government. I get that, I fully accept it. I believe that that's, if not fair and reasonable, at least that's expected. But where we have an existing use that's continued, but simply the landholder has changed, by it now being in the hands of Defence for future defence use, I'm not sure that the argument would be that that is fair, that the contribution ceases in terms of the contribution of rates to the Shire. So we know that while the ownership of the land has changed, the use has not, nor has the impact on the broader community. So I believe it would be a fair expectation that while the land has not changed in use, i.e. it isn't being used for federal purposes, but continuing with its existing rural use, that land should not be excluded from local taxation. However, until those leases are lodged with the state, no rates can be levied on those properties. So we're contacting, what I'd like us to do is to contact the Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence of the new government and ask them to lodge the leases so that a fair and accurate picture can be provided in terms of the contribution that these properties make to the Shire, as well as their use of assets of this community.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. So following that, councillors, are there any other questions of Councillor Hutton? Councillor Mather, your lights on?
Not questions, though. I'd just like to speak to it, Mr Mayor, when we get around to it.
All right. Anyone speaking against? All right. Councillor Mather, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. And thanks, Councillor Hutton, too, for that, because we seem to be having to extract information of this kind rather than be given it freely, because they were part of our assets, the people's assets, until such time as we find out, and I use those words, find out, that it no longer belongs to us, one by one, and we've never really been compensated for that loss, just because it's changed ownership. The new owner is exempt from paying rates, unfortunately, even though the use may be continual, and that's the sad part. We received nothing by way of compensation for the loss, the overall loss, and I think we deserve some answers in relation to what's going on in our backyard, Mr Mayor, and I think it's time that the governments recognise that.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Mather.
Speak to it, Mr Mayor, if I can.
I'm just checking, make sure no one else is going to speak against. Okay. All right, Councillor Eastwood.
Well, Mr Mayor, I just want to briefly speak, just to give my support to this motion. I just think it's a fair thing that when the continuity of the use of the land remains the same as it was prior to the purchase by the Defence Force, that something should be coming to a shire like ours, which is such a small shire, which we need all the rateable property we can get, and it's just a fair thing, and we need to make sure that these leases get lodged and that we do receive some sort of payment in the form of rates from these communities.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. I'm just going to open the floor. Any other councillors? Councillor Friend, your lights on?
Yes, just a small comment. Thanks, Mr Mayor. When I first read this in the agenda, 2 words to Councillor Hutton: well done. We all need to get behind this, and it was wonderful that the good councillor has brought this to the table today, so I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, councillors?
Just a matter of interest, Mr Mayor, my sons tell me that the Shelwater Bay training area takes up 1/3 of our Shire's land mass. 1/3. That doesn't pay rates from that quarter of our land.
Councillor Bello, your lights on.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Just speaking in support of this motion, and certainly congratulate Councillor Hutton for putting it forward. I do want to say, though, that in no way am I, in support of this motion, criticising Australia's Defence Force. It's a very complex thing to defend a country, and I don't want to tell them how to do that in any way, shape or form. I want to thank them, also thank the previous federal member, or the current federal member of the previous government, who contributed somewhat of $20-odd million towards the Saanich Bay Road, which we gratefully accept, which will reduce the impact on our maintenance of that stretch of very difficult road, the Saanich Bay Road. So that's very greatly received by this council. But I think the Defence Force hopefully will be better informed by what this motion intends to have qualified, and that it may be that there's good reasons why they don't register the leases. That may be something of such confidential nature that it jeopardises their ability to do what they do. I don't know. But if they could at least be fully briefed on the complexities of it, the impacts that it has occurred to our ratepayers, and at least a response be provided back to us justifying their position if they indeed have a good one to justify it for. I don't know that they do, but if they do, with the new Defence Minister and the Honourable Richard Marles, who I think I can recall meeting up there at Talisman Sable one time, it'd be very interesting to hear his perspective on this particular matter. So I welcome any exchange of conversation between Council and the Federal Government over this matter. And well done to Councillor Hutton for bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Okay, so we'll go to the vote now, assuming there's no other comments. We've got a move of Councillor Hutton, seconded myself, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Item 11 is Audit, Risk and Improvement Committee reports. I note there are none, so we'll move on to item 12, which is the reports from officers. 12.1, councillors, is the upgrade to Gravel Pit Road and Tookers Road Quarrel, a proposal by the Rural Fire Brigades. Mr CEO, who's delivering this report?
Yeah, thanks, Mr Mayor. I'll ask Michael to come and join us as the author of this report and give you a quick overview of things.
And Mr Chair, if you'll excuse myself and Councillor Eastwood this time.
Indeed.
That's the declaration, thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I'll just provide a quick summary of the report and then I'm happy to take questions. So in May, Council resolved to seek external grant funding to upgrade Gravel Pit Road and Tookers Road to trafficable standard, seek costs from officers for the cost of upgrading Gravel Pit Road, allocate necessary funds in the 22-23 budget and request officers to provide some funding options in the event that we weren't able to seek external funds. So this report responds to that notice of motion, and we've spoken to the Rural Fire Brigade and reviewed our estimates to deliver upgrades to Gravel Pit Road. We were not able to recommend any external funding sources that could be utilised to deliver this project, and we have listed within the financial implications of this report some projects in this current financial year capital program that may be deferred if Council resolve to proceed with this project. The officer's recommendation is listed there, that we note that this transport function of the unsealed fire trail on Gravel Pit Road will remain classified as a fire trail. Officers believe that it should remain a single lane unsealed road with some minor gravel resheets, which we do maintain once per year or on an as needs basis. We note that some minor gravel resheet improvements are estimated to cost $100,000, and then we should continue as a council to advocate for this project by sourcing external funds to complete the work in the future. I have got some background in the report around the project, which I won't cover now, but I would like to quickly talk to the meeting that we had with the Rural Fire Brigade in mid-June. And within the report, I've listed some of the, there's an attachment with the Rural Fire Brigade's comments, but I have also summarised that into some dot points, which the Rural Fire Brigade believe pertinent to this project. And they believe that it's a strategic multi-purpose link corridor. It needs to be an all-weather access standard. They believe there's support from the primary producers, business operators and residents in the area. It's been endorsed by the local disaster management group. It would enhance rapid deployment and capability in emergencies. And it's a unique opportunity to enhance the economy and also the drive market within the area and support the Shooters Club in Tookers Road. So in unpacking those perceived benefits, the report talks about the level of service in the road network in the immediate area. So Tookers Road is a unsealed road. It's a Class 75 road, so it's a unsealed gravel road at this stage. There is a plan to upgrade it to sealed standard in about 6 or 7 years' time. It's been listed in our Forward Works program, which is listed in the body of the report as well. Gravel Pit Road, as I mentioned, is a a fire trail, and it's graded on an as-needs basis, which tends to occur around this time, maybe September each year before the fire season. Surf lakes do provide some minor maintenance through an agreement that we've struck with them so that they can use part of Tooker's Road as an access, which is very minor. We've also identified some of the financial implications depending on the level of appetite council has for any upgrades. The most basic upgrade would be to maintain the fire trail as a single lane unsealed track. That would cost about $100,000 to upgrade with a layer of gravel. It wouldn't be an all-weather access, it would still be basically as is on site, quite a slow winding track around the vegetation. The next option, costing $500,000, would be to upgrade it to a 2-lane in sections and 1 lane in some of the constrained parts of the corridor, again with 100 millimetres of gravel, unsealed road, but to improve some of the drainage in the area and widen it out to 2 lanes. And then there is an option which is a full 8 metre wide formation with gravel and appropriate drainage, which would cost in the order of $3.5 million.
Yeah.
Part of the resolution was to investigate the budget implications. So officers have completed that assessment and have ranked a list of projects in the current current capital program, which may be deferred to allow this upgrade to proceed. I've listed those in order with the current budget figures in them, and council can reflect on those through today's discussion. There are some risks associated with the decision. So if we have a look at the risks, there's it's currently a fire trail, and it will still remain a fire trail if we choose to acknowledge that it doesn't need any upgrade at this time. Council will still maintain it this time each year. It will still provide, in my view, adequate access through the fire season, which tends to be when the area is dry and doesn't have the water issues that the road would currently experience if anyone went down there now. If we did, as a council, decide to defer any projects from this year's program, then it would obviously mean that we would need to talk to the stakeholders who are maybe aware of the budget and the projects which have been allocated. So there may be some trade-offs between stakeholders and some deferrals into future years, which then puts pressure on the 23, 24 and further out programs. If we do decide to construct the $500,000 or $3.5 million upgrade, then it's extremely unlikely that we would be in a position to construct that works this year. Our construction crews are quite busy with this year's program, and it would be likely that we would need to engage contractors and undertake more detailed design and survey design, and then call tenders and construct. So that would push the project out into 23, 24. So in conclusion, my recommendation is that we acknowledge the opportunity, but my professional view is that we maintain the current road network in its current state and maintain the fire trail, and then look to provide upgrades into the future when funding becomes available. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Hang on, Councillor Mather.
I'd like to suspend standing orders, Mr. Mayor, please.
Well, I'm going to jump ahead of you first for a second. Councillors, following the briefing session, I was tasked to contact Surf Lakes to see whether there'd be any willingness on their part to contribute financially to this project, for want of a better term. I've been unable to do that because the managing director's been in the United States. So I'd actually like to propose, and I'm obviously as keen as everyone else at this table to have this decided one way or another, but I'd like to propose this lay on the table until I have the opportunity to talk to Surf Lakes, because, for example, if they are prepared to make a significant financial contribution to this, that changes the perspective in my view. So I'm going to move a procedural motion that this lay on the table until I've had the opportunity to contact Surf Lakes.
May I ask a question of you, Mr. Mayor?
Of course.
How long will the managing director be in the United States for? Will this lay on the table until perhaps our next meeting, or do we have a timeline?
Potentially, yes, Councillor Friend. Unfortunately, I think he's there for another week or so yet. But anyway, so I'm going to move that procedural motion at this point. I don't need a second. It's a procedural motion. No. Yep.
So, Mr. Mayor, do you want to have it so to return to the September?
To return to the
October. September?
September.
What are we now? I have no idea.
August. So it returns to the September meeting.
Yep.
As I said, councillors, I'm as keen as anyone else to have this brought to a resolution, but I think without that information, we will be potentially doing the decision a disservice. All right, so I'm moving that procedural motion. Can I get a vote of all those in favour, please? Carried unanimously of those that are here. Thank you very much, councillors. You'll find the guys. Thank you, Michael, for your report.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, I'm leaving because of 12.2.
12.2. Thank you, Councillor Watson. So, Councillor Bello, Councillor Eastwood, just so you know the outcome of that discussion, following the briefing session, I was tasked with contacting the people from good folk from Surf Lakes, the managing director. He's currently in the United States, as I understand it, so I've been unable, having left several voicemail messages for him to contact me, he's not responded. So a procedural motion was moved by myself to lay it on the table until we've had the opportunity to talk to Surf Lakes, because without that information we may be doing the decision a disservice. If okay, 12.2, the temporary road closure, Bangalee and Sandy Point beach accesses and Farnborough Beach, noting Councillor Watson has left the room. Gentlemen, Michael, are you delivering this one, or is it Tony? Okay, flick past to Tony.
So Bangalee Beach access, further to the briefing session earlier this month, officers are just seeking resolution to proceed with the temporary road closure of the Bangalee Beach access, Sandy Point Beach access, and the respective Farnborough Road in between those two beach accesses. Closing to all vehicular traffic for a 3-month trial between the hours of 8 PM and 4 AM. Monday to Sunday, and also to seeking endorsement to issue infringement notices, and taking on board council's suggestion, applying 0 penalty units for the first month of the trial and 4 penalty units thereafter for the remainder of the trial, after which officers will reassess continue or cease the road closure. So thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Friend, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. I'll second that when it comes to the time, Mr Mayor. My question is, how will council enforce the penalty points for the 3-month trial? Will there be infrastructure placed, such as a boom gate or something else? Will you work closely with our rangers in local law to be able to work those after hour times to patrol that access? Because I understand, and tell me if I am wrong, that our only jurisdiction is over the access itself, not on the actual beach.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, sorry.
The floor is yours, Tony. Point question 1, yep. Red light is on, yep.
Oh, red light is on.
Yeah.
Okay. I am red-green colourblind as well, so
Okay.
yeah. So yes, so council does have the power to enforce temporary road closures, as well as Queensland Police, and so the foreshore is within council's jurisdiction, and so we can issue infringement notices. The hard part, I suppose, is to how to monitor any infringements. So our proposal is to install cameras, CCTV cameras, and with night vision, etc., and motion detected. So these are cameras, high-end quality cameras that we have worked with the police, discussed with the police, and discussed with council's rangers as well. So they have the cameras we're looking to buy have facial recognition and number plate recognition. And those two key elements are what the Queensland Police require to issue infringement notices, and our council rangers can also issue based on photographs or even video evidence. So physical barriers such as boom gates or something, officers have decided it's not ideal because you need someone to go out and place them. Place barriers, and it will be in a bit of an imposition to the residents if we ask them to do it. And so, yeah, so installing cameras would be the best option, and we can issue infringement notices with the police as well. And our consultation with the police, they're happy to follow our lead with in regard to issuing infringement notices and with zero penalty. Or the full form penalty units.
Thank you.
Just a quick question from myself, Tony. From what date will this take effect?
So at this stage, we're waiting to implement, as in purchasing of cameras, etc., manufacturing the signs, and so officers are pretty much ready to go. Depending on when we can receive cameras, etc.
Okay, so it's dependent on when you get that that equipment.
That's right. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Councillor Friend.
I have one more question, Mr Mayor. In this particular report, we see the engagement plan. So depending on the outcome of today's resolution, we will start the engagement plan as soon as we've resolved this today. Is that correct?
That's the intention, Councillor. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Or very soon after today, anyway.
Question, Councillor Mather.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm just wondering why don't we make it a 6-month trial? Because, I mean, it'll take 3 months before the word gets around properly to everybody. And we're coming into summer, so they'll be very active after 3 months.
Perhaps that's a question to be directed to the members of that consultation group.
So, Councillor, yes, well, I mean, after the 3-month trial, we can bring it back. We can discuss it again with the reference group and even bring it back to council. You can extend the trial for as long as you wish. So, yeah.
All right. Thank you. All right, Councillor Eastwood, you're moving. Councillor Friend is seconding. Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, this has been a long time coming. We've got many issues on the Mangalee Beach. not only with the ramp situation, but with the hoons actually using the beach, and especially at night, digging up the dunes, possibly affecting turtle nesting, etc. So this way, it's a common sense decision, Mr Mayor, to stop the vehicles at that delicate time, and also to prevent noise from the Bangalee residents. It absolutely makes sense that it gives enough time for the fishermen and the surfers to get up there for the early morning surf or fish, as well as making a big difference. And I'm sure, Mr Mayor, that after the first month, when we start issuing the $575 fines, that'll soon deter a few from doing it. So I'm very happy to pass this and to finally move on with something that's refreshing in relation to this complex issue with the Bangalee Beach and the Farnborough Beach. And this is just common sense, and I commend it to the table.
Thank you, Councillor Eastwood. Is anyone speaking against the report, the recommendation? Councillor Friend, your finger is poised, I see.
Yes.
The floor is yours.
Yes, quick off the mark today. I just wanted to say and back up Councillor Eastwood there that this particular resolution today will not disrupt the responsible four-wheel drivers that use the Bangalee Beach access daily. It, however, will disrupt those that, as Councillor Eastwood said, hoon after these hours and cause great disruption to the residents overnight. So this is a wonderful trial. It will also help, as Councillor Eastwood said, protect the turtle hatchlings within this area and the dunal system as well from erosion. So wonderful trial. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Would anyone else like to make a comment before we close for debate?
Yes, Mr Chair, if I could. Look, it's incumbent on all levels of government to try and make things better, ultimately on the people that they serve and represent, and that's really what this council is trying to do in relation to a very complex problem that has really never advanced towards a solution. The reference group has come together, and I think they've provided key information for us to consider as a council towards trying to make something better in that area of Bangalee. This is an example of the short-term solutions that they focused on, as well as the long-term solutions, which is ultimately directed towards an alternate or additional northern access ramp. Clearly, this is to do with the current ramp. We recognise that. And only yesterday we received a very informative email from a resident who's moved into the Bangalee community, only been there a week with a young family, absolutely loves living there, but is really perplexed as to why you'd have an access ramp on the other side of the community, which can basically deliver up to 1,000 to 1,500 cars on a busy day in front of a community. It's not a great planning outcome. That was the observations made from a new resident. We are taking those comments on board. This is a short-term solution here, but it's one that I think, as Councillor Eastwood said, is desperately needed, and it makes sense to reduce the ability to drive on that beach at night. I hope the community understand why we're doing it. I hope they recognise that it's about management. It's not about collecting revenue. It's not about targeting young P-platers who, you know, we love their enthusiasm for wanting to go outdoors and enjoy that beautiful area. But guys, that behaviour is not making the situation better. So we want to work with you, give you a month reprieve that before any infringements are notified. It'll be key on council to make sure that we provide absolute clearest information about this. And I think it's at the access point themselves where the signage must be absolutely clear. You know, a lot of the other avenues that we've outlined where we're going to provide the information, that's good, but make sure at the ramp themselves it's clear as crystal, so that those young guys, a lot of them, and girls that go up there will certainly see that signage and maybe consider whether they are going to go onto that beach or not at night. So I thank Tony for his efforts thus far in working alongside the reference group and all those involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. And just to add support to that, if I can, very quickly, I'm not sure how long this issue has been going on, for as long as I can remember. Anyway, it's decades. And can I pay my respects to the consultation group, the reference group up there, because this is, I think, a great example of how collaboration works. And, you know, to the officers involved as well, Tony and your team, thank you so much, because I think this is a very positive step. I think the trial is a good thing to do. It's not jumping in boots and all and saying this is what we're going to do. We're actually trialling it to see whether this is going to work, and I think that's a great outcome. And as I said, thank you to the members of the reference group, our councillors who've been involved, and also the staff. All right, councillors, we've got a mover, Councillor Eastwood, seconded Councillor Friend. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Would someone mind finding Councillor Watson, please? Councillor Watson, 12.2 was passed unanimously. Conduct the trial and do as per the recommendation. Okay. 12.3, the residual Category D bushfire recovery exceptional assistance package funding. Welcome, Lindy. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Thank you. So the purpose of this report is just to find a resolution to be able to allocate the $290,656 of the balance of the bushfire recovery exceptional assistance immediate support package funds towards the Emu Park West Reservoir Access Road. This is done with the sole purpose of being able to acquit these funds. The timing for these funds has expired on the 30th of June 22. So just here today seeking that resolution. We anticipate there'll be no access and inclusion issues. We've consulted with QRA and internally with council on the best method to be able to apply to this situation, and there could be a budget implication in regards to the Woodbury water treatment plant generators. So unfortunately that project ran out of time, and with unavailability of contractors to complete that project, it requires still $129,822 to complete that project. So yeah, it's just today I wanted to present this report and find a resolution so we can acquit these funds.
All right, thank you, Lindy. Any questions, Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Lindy, for that report. Am I correct in saying that this particular project for the Emu Park West Reservoir is an initiative so that we have the capability to have that extra 4 megalitres for firefighting abilities in the southern part of our coastline?
The capabilities for the water treatment plant were for generator installs. From my understanding from the infrastructure guys, there's been multiple generators purchased.
Sure.
And these have to be installed on concrete pads, and they're putting covers over them to give them longevity. So they didn't have any ill effects from the weather. So
thank you. And I perhaps wasn't making myself clear, and I apologise for that. So this funding is now for the actual access to the Emu Park Reservoir, and the reservoir is there, which will help the southern areas have that extra water availability and capacity for any further future bushfire needs or to fight bushfires. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Councillor
Okay.
Friend. It was identified as QRA by QRA as being a suitable project. Yeah,
Okay,
definitely
thank you.
very suitable under their funding.
Councillor Mather?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, can we get the map on the board, please, to show us where this access road is? Did we have a budget for this item?
This item actually is in the funding that was awarded to us, one of the projects that was put forward. And it's basically what we're asking, the report is asking for, is that the leftover money from all of the projects now be put towards this.
Go to this pathway.
Yeah.
I'm saying, did it have a
Yep.
did it have a dedicated budget?
Lindy? Yes, it did.
Yeah. So there was a council expense of this project of over 600,000 from memory. So this will realise a nearly $300,000 saving on that project.
We just need to know where this is. What do we know the total cost of the road, the access road?
Yeah.
If I recall correctly, Councillor Mather, the allocated budget for the access road was around $700,000, and it was 100% council funded. So this is proposing to reallocate the $290,000 to offset the council funding in order to meet the funding milestones and grant agreement dates of 30th of June.
So we have the balance of the money in the budget.
Yes.
Yeah, so what it means is that the project that was intended to be 100% funded, so the generators, that will then, so because that project wasn't complete, it will need to roll over into this current financial year for completion. So instead of being 100% externally funded, the proportion, I think it's about $130,000, will now need to be council funded just to complete that particular project.
Yeah, I guess it's just a matter of us being familiar with the tracking of how things are funded. And I mean, if the public's confused, it's because we need to know just how it's all panning out.
There's no shuffling of the peas under the shovel.
No, I
Councillor. It's,
understand that. It's just that.
It's legitimate.
Yeah, no, I'm not questioning that at all. It's just that we need to know how it works. I mean, every time you ask a question, you think you've got it right, but it turns out, no, you were wrong, you know. So
Did you still wish to see the site on the screen, Councillor?
Well, I'd just like to see where it is, where it starts and stops. And thank you.
They're looking
If it's
for
too
it.
much trouble, we can do it later.
Is it problematic, guys?
Look, if it's too much trouble, we can just keep moving on,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Coming up, Councillor Mather.
Thank you.
So Lindy, perhaps you'd like to point out the site, please, for Councillor Mather.
Yeah, so the
Come on, put your finger on it. Come on, get up here.
so this is the site of the new Emu Park Reservoir, and this is the driveway access onto that reservoir. Emu Park's situated over here to the east. And from my understanding, this was a Cat D LER project, funded project, from what I understand, the reservoir itself. So that's the Emu Park.
where it comes off the,
I think the cemetery is down this way somewhere. Yeah. Do you want to zoom out a bit, Justin, so we can get a bit of perspective of where it is? And just a fraction more. Yeah, so the airstrip, is just up here. And the cemetery and the golf course is just a bit.
What would be the distance from the highway to the reservoir?
I'm not sure.
Approximately 100 metres?
Yeah.
700,000, I'd expect it to be a bit long.
It's about a step grade seat.
Yeah, yes, I know the area.
All right, satisfied, Councillor Mather?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor, I knew that's what you did.
The only question, if I could, Mr Chair, to the officer there, so the road was always there, it's just we're improving the access?
From what I understand, this is a new project, so
Well, not so much, once the asset went in, they would have needed a road to access
Yes.
it, obviously.
Yeah.
but they're improving that access with this funding.
So that access is established and completed now. So yeah.
But it's just over gravel though, isn't it?
Effectively, it's a road that's been invested in that we're allocating funding to.
And the reason for that, Councillor Mather, is that during an event, the last thing you want to have happen is a dodgy gravel road going up to the water tower.
With the slide bar.
Yeah.
Very good, thanks guys.
All right, I'm happy to move this one, councillors. Seconded, Councillor Friend, thank you. Councillors, I don't feel the need to speak to this one. Does anyone want to vote against or not support this one?
So, Mr Mayor, the money's being put to good use.
Yes, all right. Anyone wish to speak to it or for it? Councillor Friend?
I just think that considering that the past project that the money was allocated to has fallen through because of no contractors, this is a perfect solution to assist council in offsetting some of council's costs and ratepayers' costs. Because if we don't do this today, then the allocation will have to be paid back to the government body that allocated it in the first place. So, yes, I'm all for it. Thanks, Mr Mayor.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Friend. And the fact that it's got QRA support or endorsement, I think, is a big tick as well. All right. Happy to go to the vote, councillors, on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Lindy. 12.4, acquisition of unallocated state land, Stanage Bay Dam. Christine, you addressing this one? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and councillors. This report pertains to a request from the Department of Resources to seek council's interest in acquiring land or becoming trustee of the land which may be dedicated as a community purpose reserve located at Stanage, described as Lot 10 on SP 142266, on which our dam is located. The request has been ongoing for a number of years, having been presented in several reports to council previously, and the subject of community consultation with the Stanage community. Council was most recently briefed on the 2nd of August, following the further community consultation and feedback with the community, to understand if the community would be willing to incur approximate maintenance costs of $55 per rateable property, to which the community indicated they would not be willing to pay a special rate charge to maintain the dam. Council acknowledges that some members of the Stanage community take significant pride in the dam and the community's efforts and commitment it took over previous years to maintain the dam without external support. It is acknowledged that the dam water is used frequently when capacity permits to water their lawns and gardens as a recreation area, and it supports significant wildlife. If council resolves that it has no interest in acquiring control or management of the land on which the dam sits, council intends, or officers, if directed, to notify the Stanage community of the decision by direct email and postage. Ultimately, the management of the dam would be the responsibility of the state, represented by the Department of Resources, and council would encourage the Stanage community to contact the state or their representative for future matters regarding the dam.
Thank you, Christine. Any questions? Councillor Friend?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I seem to be off and running today. So one of my questions, thanks Christine for that report, is it talks about the risks under risk assessment in the report, and that should council accept ownership of the dam site, it would assume all risk associated with a large open space area and also an isolated area. Could you just go into more detail about those risks that it would assume if they were to take on this site?
Certainly. The risks identified throughout the process of officers investigating this include it's a large area, a large body of water, unfenced dam. It's approximately between around 3,000 square metres. 3,000 square metres of a water source. There may be risk with water contamination that council would have to maintain or take care of if it was to become the owner or the trustee of that land. Sorry, did you want information in relation to potential costs?
The potential costs if we were to take it on, no, it was all in the report.
Okay.
Am I right in saying that it was 20K for the failure impact assessment and $7,000 annually? We, as far as I'm aware, and I'm asking, this is a question, I'm asking, am I correct? We have gone to public notification, and 64% of the residents said that they didn't want to contribute the $55 per rateable property. Is that correct?
Yes.
So thank you.
Councillor Mather,
Mr
question?
Mayor, I'm just wondering, because this is one that's been on our books for some time, whether we should suspend standing orders and get a little bit more dialogue going on this one.
Do you want to, are you moving
Yes,
that?
I'd say move, please.
All right, I'll get a seconder, thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right, sorry. Yep, all right, all in favour? Okay, carried
Thank you.
unanimously.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, members.
All right.
We're in a dry country, and that part of the world is, as far as fresh water goes, it's dry, apart from that water hole. We were left with a town with single-phase power, no water supply, with a map, and I've got it at home, with a hospital and a school was going to go, but we were left with 100 kilometres of dirt road. No water, no prospects of water, and little bits of curb and channeling that are not continuous. The people up there haven't had a lot from us over the years, except road maintenance. What disappointed me was when we put it to them, that would they contribute $55 a year for us to take it over, maintain it, because there are about $27,000 worth of costs just to get off the ground. Nobody wanted to know, or very few wanted to know. That disappointed me. And I thought, well, they don't get a lot. But then again, this is something that we could either flick or take on board. And at this stage, it looks like we could flick it, because if we send it back to DNR, we don't know what they're going to do, but we can assume that they will level it. And this wide, dry country will lose another water supply, albeit for lawns or septics or whatever, recreational
Councillor Mather,
purposes.
I guess.
That's all I need to say, Mr Mayor.
Well, we don't have a mover and a seconder for this. You're entering into debate already.
No,
I know it's
I'm
suspended
just
standing orders.
opening it up for people's thoughts on where we go from here, because my thought at this point in time is send it back to DNR.
All right.
But at the same time, I'd like to give the people an option to say, we're going to do this, if that's what we're going to do, so that they can be realising that they won't have that facility any longer if it goes into other hands.
All right. Well, at the risk of generating the ire of the Standage Bay community, I think Christine's point during her presentation was pertinent. I mean, ultimately the state can now negotiate or converse with the Standage Bay Progress Association, if that's their correct title, and see if a relationship can be formed that way. I mean, that's possibly an outcome from this as well. Any other questions or comments, councillor, seeing we're suspending standard orders?
Question, just for clarification, there's been fairly extensive consultation with the Standage Bay community, who would hopefully fully understand what they were being asked and the consequences of the answer that they gave, either yes or no. And I think there's been 2 surveys which we initiated after the last time we spoke about this, to actually go back and further ask the community, are you sure you don't want to pay for this thing, or are you sure are you prepared to or not? So what does that look like, Christine, if you may?
Yeah, thank you, councillor. Going back, looking into the matter, initially it was I would think in 2018, 2019, there was a community meeting held up there with some infrastructure staff and some councillors who attended at the time. In 2022, we conducted in-person community consultation on the Endeavour Park site in relation to that site, as well as the dam, in conjunction with that engagement plan that also incorporated direct email to all residents for an online survey or telephone responses. Council was briefed in relation to that feedback, and as a result of the briefing session, then went to have further consultation through direct email and an online survey process or paper-based returns in relation to the question of whether they were willing to pay the estimated maintenance cost of $55 per rateable property.
Thank you.
Through the chair. Steen, sorry. I just went blank. And I don't have COVID fog. It's more also that it's an unknown quantity, a lot of this, isn't it? There could be costs that just pop out of nowhere because we don't know the full extent of what we have to achieve, isn't it?
Yes, I would agree. We probably, infrastructure in relation to maintenance of a dam, until the results of the failure impact assessment are known, that could well require additional works to be undertaken if the plan was needed, and then for that plan to be managed and maintained. So the quote there for $2,000 for the inspections and the cleaning of dam walls and $5,000 in mowing, etc., is estimated to be known. The results of the failure impact assessment would indicate what else may be required to maintain or look after.
Just got a question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Eastwood?
Has there been an incident at the dam or on that land ever? Oh, okay. Well, you'd still, hey?
Can I say that I do know that the wall has fallen in a couple of times and the residents have gone in and fixed it. I was told that a couple of weeks ago.
All right. Councillor Friend?
Yeah, just another question, thank you. If council were to take this on, would it have to have some sort of fencing constructed around the property? How would the residents access it? Was that taken into consideration? Because if we take on the risks of this particular dam, one of those risks would be the liability of loss of life or injury.
Thank you, Councillor. I believe that would have to be taken on as a question on notice. The relevant engineer, or it may be identified in the failure impact assessment if that was to progress.
Councillor Mather?
Just an observation, Mr Mayor, we've got dams throughout our rural residential areas and they're not even fenced. They're not required to be fenced.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, happy to resume standing orders. Moved Councillor Mather. Thank you. All in favour? Carried unanimously. All right, councillors, we'll get debate started.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to propose an alternative motion that the recommendation lay on the table till we have one further final discussion with the Standage community.
All right, well, we'll entertain that one.
And that means it's in their court, because if we decide, no, it's just a proposal, Mr Mayor, if we decide not to continue looking after it or be responsible for it, then it's up to them.
This one just now. I think it's an alternate motion. Yeah, well, it will be. With that terminology, it will be, yeah. So you're proposing to lay this on the table?
Lay the matter on the table.
Pending the outcome
pending a
of further consultation with the...
Further consultation with the Standage community, Mr Mayor.
To determine?
To determine the future responsibilities of the, well, I guess the water hole.
Of the dam.
Of the dam.
Very hard people to hear, and it's not intended to. It's advice to the chairman.
important. Is that yours or mine?
All right, so we've got a procedural motion from councillor Mather that this lay on the table pending further discussions with the Stanage community in relation to responsibilities for the dam going forward. All right. So all in favour? Those against? Motion is lost. Sorry, councillor Mather. We'll go back to the substantive motion. And that is that council, sorry, I'll get it up myself now. That council resolves to advise the Department of Resources that it has no interest in acquiring control and management of Block 10 on Special Plan or Survey Plan 143266 at Stanage, either as freehold or accepting trusteeship as a community purpose reserve. Okay, can I get a mover and a seconder, please, for that one? All right, councillor Watson, thank you. Seconder, councillor Hutton. Councillor Watson, did you want to speak to the report?
Yeah, just shortly. I look at it two ways. If we hand the land back to the state and they negotiate with the people, then the people have a chance of having their water. But at the same time, if it's only $55 a year, it's only $1 on their rates to secure a water source. And if they aren't willing to do that, I don't think the rest of the Shire should have to pay for it. I'd like them to have their water, secure water for the dry times and that, but if they can't pay for it, we can't afford to pay for it, the whole Shire.
All right. Anyone speaking against the resolution? Councillor Eastwood? Mm-hmm.
Councillor Bello and I visited this location once on one of our trips to Stanage Bay, and there was a couple of blokes there filling up their water, and they saw it as a very valuable water source to their community, especially in times of extremely dry weather. And when I look at these figures, you know, like we spoke about, the 64% of respondents didn't want to pay the rates. Well, that was only out of 16 respondents. And there was a survey after that where there were 28 respondents, where 57% did. And that's very, very close. In fact, that's as close as our people in the Glenlee area that don't want to move to, don't want to stay in Livingstone. So to me, it's just not clear enough. I aren't confident. I think that I'm not confident that the state will keep it as a water hole, and I think it's a really important source, as Councillor Mather spoke before. And whether we can make a decision down the track against it, but at the moment, I'm just not prepared to say no to getting rid of that water hole. I just think it's too important to that local community, and the figures just don't give me enough information to go on and make that decision. So I'm not prepared, and I just ask that the other councils think about this fairly and think about the residents of Stanage Bay and make your own decision, but I'm certainly standing against it.
May I ask a question?
Yes,
Why
you may.
didn't Councillor Pat second Glenda Mather's...
No, you can't ask. That's not an appropriate question. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Anyone wish to speak for? Anyone else speaking against? Are we happy to go to the vote then, councillors? We'll conclude debate. We've got a mover in Councillor Watson, seconded Councillor Hutton. All in favour? 1, 2, 3. Those against? Okay, motion is lost. Thank you, councillors. And Mr. CEO, I'm conscious that
Mayor,
morning tea is at 10:30.
Mr.
So,
Mayor, what are we going to do?
Procedural motion to break for morning tea. Councillors, all in favour? Can I get a show? Councillors, can I have your attention, please? All in favour. Thank you. Carried unanimously. Okay. Welcome back, councillors. Can I get a procedural motion to resume? Thank you, Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We're at 12.5, if my diary is correct, Mr CEO, which is the reconfiguring of a lot, one lot into 13, situated at 7 to 9 Meekleville Street, Meekleville. And welcome to the table, Tammy.
Good morning, Mr Mayor and councillors.
Morning.
So, yeah, this application is for reconfiguring a lot, one lot into 13 lots at 7 to 9 Meekleville Street, Meekleville Hill. Go. So that's just a locality plan. Site surrounded by residential development, including some small-scale multiple dwellings adjoining to the east and west, and then just a residential housing in the other areas.
What are those white things in the top left-hand corner?
Through the chair, I believe that was some fill that was put on the property. So the proposal plan just demonstrates the lot layout, including the proposed new road, which will be accessed from Meekleville Street, and the lot sizes range between 413 square metres and 592 square metres. The site's cleared with a gradual northeast downward slope towards Farnborough Road. It's affected by some potential assessment areas. So there's waterway potential assessment area, bushfire hazard potential impact area, and the scenic amenity coastal scenic transport route potential assessment area. So the development has been assessed against all of the relevant overlay codes, and it's able to comply with the codes. So some key assessment criteria for the development. So the proposed lot sizes are less than the minimum lot size for the medium density residential zone, which is 1,000 square metres. And the minimum lot size for that zone is generally to provide large lot sizes to maximise potential for achieving medium density dwelling outcomes such as multiple dwellings. So despite the non-compliance with the minimum lot size, the development can result in residential development with a density that's comparable to low, medium or medium zones. The development provides alternative residential options for the locality, which results in smaller freehold lots, and that might appeal to people looking to downsize. The application was publicly notified between 7th of April and 6th of May, and 5 submissions were received. Some of those concerns related to traffic management, increased density, earthworks, future development on adjoining land, and the inconsistent lot sizing. So the officer's recommendation is for approval, subject to conditions and further operational works permits and infrastructure charges to the amount of $300,000. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I have 3 questions relating to this development application. In one of the submissions for the public notification, it was stated that the proposed development would see an increase in population far above the existing ratio for this area. This is something I've not heard of. Is there such a thing as a population ratio?
Councillor, there is some density, I guess, calculations for all areas. And so there's 2 different density ways of equating density. One is to do with the zone. So the strategic framework will talk about what the expected dwellings per hectare should be for the zone. And then there's also other considerations that we give in terms of planning assumption models for infrastructure planning, and I guess what we would expect the net yield for that site to be so that we can plan for infrastructure.
The next question would be that even though we haven't discussed it yet, we do have another development application next on the agenda in relation to Meekleville Hill. there is only one exit and one entry point for this particular area. So when you talk about the density and the population within a certain area, being two separate development applications, is that taken on account individually, or does both developments at a similar time in the same area, is that density taken as a whole?
So we can only look at, when we're assessing the application, we look at obviously the application at hand. Are you speaking in regards to traffic management or?
Traffic management, but mostly just the actual infrastructure within that area, because it is, I imagine it is ageing infrastructure, and two new developments that are substantial would increase that population when you talk about the density ratio.
Yes, so it would be a density, so as I sort of said before, it's per hectare. So each of those lots would be calculated separately.
Okay. And my other question is there room for service vehicles in this particular application, such as waste trucks, waste collection trucks, to actually turn around and service those extra allotments?
Yes, so because this is an access place, it's built to access place standards, and the turning circle at the end of the street will be a sufficient size for garbage trucks, delivery trucks to turn in that area.
Thank you, Tammy.
Councillor Watson.
Through the chair, Tammy, seeing it's looked on as, so I get rid of these things on the sea now, reduced size blocks, meaning that you're thinking that people are going to be moving, the older age people are going to be moving to these sort of areas. Is there any reason why there's no pathways? Because we find that the people who are of the age tend to need to walk places, and if there's only grass, they can't push their wheelie walkers and things like that. And we're now spending enormous amounts of money throughout the Shire to put in pathways when this should go in the beginning, and I'm just wondering why they haven't been included.
So, Councillor, we can't make any assumptions over how these lots will be developed, and the access place road doesn't require pedestrian footpaths. There are pathways on Meekerville Street, yes, but this type of road does not require pedestrian pathways.
What are we going to tell the residents in the future when they start saying they need pathways? Shouldn't we be asking for these things now and preempting what's going to happen in the future? Because it's going to happen.
Given that that type of road does not warrant a pathway, I'm not sure if we could condition a pathway, but I could check with one of our engineers, Tony. Thanks, Tony.
I'm sorry, I'm just noticing a lot with, in particular, where our food relief is. All the oldies are walking up and down the road instead of on the footpaths because they just can't push anything, and it's going to be identical down the track with this with all the states I expect.
So you're referring to our senior citizens, Councillor Watson?
Yes, I'm sorry.
So, Councillor Tibot, quite a bit of insight into the engineering design, I suppose, and the decision making. So, for a low traffic access place like this in a cul-de-sac, is generally accepted that people would generally walk on the road, and there's very minimal traffic. There's only local traffic that should be going in there with occasional visitor. So it is acceptable risk that we assume people will walk on the road. It is constructing pathways and maintaining them. It is costly, and it's pretty much economy to scale sort of approach.
I just refer to what's the street behind the Yeppoon Central where the retirement village is up the back there? Sorry? Birdwood Avenue. You know, we're now looking, people are asking for pathways there. And this is identical. It's a cul-de-sac as well. And that should have been done in the first place many years ago. And I'm just thinking it's something that we should look at and start putting in pathways because they're going to be needed. Our population's ageing.
So, Councillor, yes, I guess during the assessment process, if we know that it's going to be purpose-built subdivision or development specific for certain groups of people, then it's logical that, yes, if it's
okay, well, it's the same for kids then. You know, people walking with their kids in prams, you know, the dangerous thing is, you say, pushing a pram along the road. You know, it should be all age groups then, if we're going to go like that, you know.
I've just got a question there, Tim.
Councillor Eastwood?
Would it be fair to assume that if the blocks had remained at the 1,000 metre squared, that there would actually be a higher density ratio because it'd be more likely to be units and that sort of development there?
Again, we can't make any assumptions on how the properties will be developed. However, I guess if they remained at 1,000 square metres, they would be a more suitable size for multiple dwelling units. However, somebody may have just wanted to buy a larger house block.
Thank you.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, it's always a problem when we've got inconsistencies with lot sizes. And I know that we look for an average and we look at the landscape, we look at the room, we look at the density and a whole lot of things. But when you get from a distance from 300 and something, from 1,000, it's a bit of a change. It's a lot. 413, 520, 590. One's half and one's less than half. And I guess, as I said, you've got to look at the land, the lie of the land and what you can fit into it. Better than what was previously approved and lapsed. I have to say that. Previously approved and I can understand what Councillor Watson's saying in relation to the pathways. I don't want to see pathways all the way to...
Councillor Mather, is there a question here?
Yes, Mr Mayor. And I did read the article in relation to the pathways, why we didn't put pathways in. Two things. Water flow, overflow. There seems to be always a problem with that downhill, people suffering. Do we have any need, or have we envisaged any need to have a downhill easement, water easement, to cater for this inter-allotment drainage system? Because all we say that it must not interfere with downstream, but I've seen so many cases where it does.
Yes, Councillor. So the council had recently adopted a stormwater drainage policy as well, and the intent of that policy is that put the onus back on property owners, as they're responsible for managing their stormwater within and discharging from their property. So it is very costly for council to take ownership of interallotment drainage, pipes, stormwater pipes for roof water connect to, etc. It's very high operational maintenance cost, and so it's the intention is to put the onus back on the property owners.
Well, they need to agree. I don't mean to harbour on this one, Mr Mayor, but I know of cases that have been to court over it. And
my only concern, Councillor Mather, is that
you're
you're moving into debate. We're actually in question time at the moment.
Yeah, I'm just trying to tease out what we've thought about and what we haven't. And inter-allotment drainage is a very big issue for the people downstream.
Well, perhaps if you leave that to debate, Councillor Mather, we can come back to that issue then. Thank you, Councillor
I'll
Eastwood.
say nothing then. I'll say nothing. I'll say nothing. That's all right.
Okay, any other questions of the officers? Councillor Watson?
Sorry, just back to the footpath, sorry. Is there any way we can possibly ask to have this added to the conditions?
What's that, footpaths?
To have footpaths added.
Defer to the officers on that one.
It just seems silly that down the track we know that we're going to have to put footpaths in, and it seems silly not to get it done while it's being built, which would be cheaper now than in the future.
So I guess council has standards for each type of class of road, for example, and the higher order roads we require footpath, concrete pathways, either shared paths or footpaths. For lower order roads, generally not. But so if they're proposing something consistent with our standards, then I don't think we can condition it as such, but we can ask for it. There's no problems.
We can't condition it. We're beyond that point at this point in time. We have to lawfully condition it in accordance with council
Could we do that?
To satisfy Councillor Watson's request, could we perhaps have that on the agenda for a future briefing session, please?
We could always ask nicely for it. So.
But even so, I mean, ultimately, if we're going to adopt a policy position, we need to actually discuss it at briefing, I think, as a minimum.
Mr Chair, if I could, the question to Councillor Watson, when you say footpath, where do you actually mean that you'd expect them to provide the footpath? Like
I'm just thinking, in this case, you know, on one side of the road reserve, I guess you call it, just getting them out of there, which will link up to other possible footpaths. I'm just meaning that at the moment I've got a lady in, I can't think of the street right now, but she's got a wheelie walker, you know, one of those ones you sit in and you drive, and they're finding it difficult to transverse around the coast, or around the streets of Yeppoon at the moment, and, you know, they're going from on the road up into the footpath, onto the road, and then they're finding it hard to get off the footpath onto the road. And I'm just saying we need to start thinking about these things because our population is ageing, and more people are using these sort of devices to get around.
Well, Councillor Watson, are you happy if we bring that to a future? All right, okay. Any other questions, councillors? All right, we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, seconder Councillor Bello. Thank you. Councillor Eastwood, did you want to speak to the report?
Just briefly, Mr Mayor, this is a prime parcel of land, and with conditions this development will work and comply. It makes sense. It's well situated to provide prime coastal home sites, which are absolutely needed within our shire. Might take them a while to be able to build on them due to the current situation, but that's not our problem at the moment. Our problem is to make sure that the sites are available, and this is prime coastal land, and I'm sure that it'll sell and bring in a good rate benefit to this community. I'm happy to move it, Mr Mayor, and I encourage other councillors to vote for this one.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right. Can I just maybe ask two questions as well? One is, do we have an indication from the developer as to when works may start?
Mr Mayor, no, I haven't any information. So they will have to undergo operational works subject to this approval. Yep. So that could take some time.
Okay, all right. The second question I have is, have we confirmed the charges? Are they correct?
Mr Mayor, yes, I've had that checked by
Thank
coordinator.
you.
Thank you.
Right. Councillor Hutton.
Sorry, just one final question, and I think for the benefit of the whole council, can we confirm that we've got the capacity to have these properties added to water and sewage systems, and there's no concerns about the capacity of our system, our network to provide for these?
I'd like to talk to that, Tony.
Yes, Councillor, yeah, so the engineers have modelled it, and we believe there's enough capacity. Yes.
All right. Anyone like to speak for? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Chair. Councillors, firstly, I want to recognise the submitters who have expressed concerns about this. It seems like they've got very good reasons for what is before us with this proposed development. They live in that neighbourhood, they've enjoyed the amenity of that neighbourhood, and that is not something that I take lightly in making my decision. My observations are, though, that Mickerville Hill, which is this area, is a relatively old sort of developed area of our coast. I suspect many of those houses there that are built in those blocks were built probably in the 70s and the 80s, and that was a reflection of what the demand was back then. It's 2022. We've had a lot of input into this council, and we've called for input from, even a recent blueprint for growth. Consultants have provided us advice on, delivering growth into the future, and that's about responding to the market and the demand of the market. This block here could have had multiple different configurations on it. Previous unit developments up to 91 units, I believe. I could understand if the people living there would have also thought, my gosh, I don't want that next door to me. But ultimately, Communities are diverse. It's a tapestry of different shapes and sizes. The developers put this forward feeling that this matches with the community's expectations. They are smaller blocks, obviously. And I think one recently that was developed over in Cooey Bay on 400 square metre blocks called Booth Court was developed by a local businessman here, and I live across the road on half an acre, and yet I look at that now and I think it's a beautiful little community there. So I think in time, despite the concerns of the people that live close by, I hope that this will be a community that grows in and around their neighbours, and it'll be looked upon as a good decision. So I'm prepared to support it, and all the best to the developers in their endeavours to develop much needed product to the market.
Thank you, Councillor Mello. Yes, you can, Councillor.
Thank you. I'd like to encourage developers to start looking at the smaller land size blocks, simply because it stops the urban sprawl and their houses are too big. And if you've got smaller houses, you use less energy to run them. And I think it's time we start thinking about what we actually live in. And that's why I'm looking forward to voting for this.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. Are we happy to wrap up, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Quick question, Mr. Mayor. The next application that's sitting side by side with this application. The blocks of land, are they contiguous?
No.
Okay.
No, different geography, councillor. All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Eastwood, a seconder in Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors.
No,
I'm sorry, did you not vote? Are you voting against? 6-1. Yep, 6-1. 12.6. I'll just have to bear with me while I find this on my printout here. And this is the development application D53-2022 for a development permit for reconfiguring a lot, 1 into 7 lots at 34 Kerr Street, Meekleville Hill. And welcome to the table, Alicia.
Good morning, Mayor and councillors. So this application is for reconfiguring a lot of 1 lot into 7 lots with a new road and access easement. So the locality, the site is located at 34 Kerr Street with access from Kerr Street. The site is zoned medium density and is an area of 9,936 square metres. The surrounding area has a mix of multiple dwellings and detached dwelling houses, as you can see on that plan. The proposal seeks to create 7 lots with a new road off Kerr Street, and it also seeks to remove Covenant J. The proposed lot sizes range in size from 811 square metres to 1,916 square metres. The site is subject to the landslide hazard overlay and also a small portion of scenic amenity overlay at the rear of the site. The site is also within the potential impact buffer of the bushfire hazard area overlay. The application was subject to public notification between the 19th of May and the 8th of June this year. 7 properly made submissions were received and 1 submission included additional signatures. Key issues raised in submissions included the landslide hazard, safety of the proposed road, stormwater capacity and changes to overland flow, loss of scenic amenity, green space and vegetation, increased traffic on Clearview Lane, density, and the last one was request for a footpath along Clearview Lane. The development is recommended for approval subject to conditions and obtaining further operational works permits. The charges of this infrastructure charges relevant to the amount of $150,000. The reason for recommendation is that although 5 lots are proposed below the minimum lot size of 1,000 square metres, the lots are sufficient in size in dimension to accommodate a range of future land uses.
Thank you, Alicia. Councillor Friend, question?
Yes, I have 2 questions, and welcome to the table, Alicia. Nice to have you here. So what is Covenant J? Why and how does it work? And why does it need repealing? That's one question.
Yeah, so through the chair, Covenant J was a covenant that was placed on the previous development that occurred over the site. That development created Clearview Lane to the south of the site. The covenant details specify that they don't want no buildings or structures within the covenant area until further geotechnical assessments are undertaken and approved by council. So as part of this application, a landslide hazard assessment and slope stability analysis was submitted, and it provided some recommendations for that area, and as such, development engineering has assessed it and believes that in this instance it can be removed because it's suitable to remove that at this point in time.
Okay, well that's a really good segue to my next question in relation to the landslide overlay and the topography of the area, and the associated risks. So how would they mitigate these risks in that particular landslide overlay area?
Yeah, so the landslide hazard assessment, it did a soil test, provided some recommendations, and it also provides a recommendation that once the allotments are created and the future dwellings are known, that further site-specific landslide assessments will be undertaken for those lots.
Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, well, can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move, Councillor Hutton. Seconder, thank you. Councillor Bello. Councillor Hutton, did you wish to speak to the report? All right, is anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak to the report? Councillor Bello.
Yeah, perhaps picking up on my previous comments, it's great to see variety that developers consider and then put forward that they believe best fits that particular block. And this is obviously bigger lot sizes, which is different than the one that had smaller lot sizes. Which it's great to have choice, and ultimately I support the choice of these lot sizes in this particular area. Noticing next door they've got much higher density units there. I think the Diamond Sands and Catalinas were built back in the probably mid to late 90s. Hasn't been a whole lot of development going around there on this block for a long time, so it's great to see it identified now that perhaps that tipping point has come, in our market that these are now viable to develop, and they will make a beautiful aspect there looking out to the north and the east. So I certainly support it, with importantly the conditions attached to it, and to ensure that protection is placed, that engineering wise it will be able to satisfy building safe housing on those blocks. So on those basis I'm prepared to support it. Thank you.
Anyone wish to speak against? Anyone else wish to speak for? We'll just open the floor. Happy to go to the vote, councillors. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Alicia. Thanks to the planning team. So to 12.7, councillors, which is the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of July. And welcome to the table, Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. Morning, councillors. So with presenting the monthly financial report for the period ending 31st of July, it's important to acknowledge that there will still be, at the time of preparing the report, there's still transactions that will affect the balance, some balance sheet items, as well as some of the profit and loss items that are required to be done as part of preparing last year's financial statements. So,
are you expecting those to be material at
all? In some instances they will be. So we're finalising the employee benefits notes, for example. So there will be some of those things. So at the time of preparing the report, if I was to run the same information now, there would be some adjustments, absolutely. So it always makes the July monthly report quite difficult to analyse. So at the moment, the operating result is very positive. It's largely due to the generation of the first half year rates notices that were generated in the system in July, but are not, but have an issue date of the 10th of August. There are also quite a number of invoices relating to services or materials that were consumed in the last financial year that needed to be accrued back into the prior financial year. Those accruals are only done on an annual basis. At this stage, there are very few trends emerging, only 1 month into the new financial year, but we are paying particular attention to development activity to monitor how the building and construction industry essentially responds to the interest rate and current inflationary pressures and the impact that will have on our budgeted fees and charges. Similarly, we're also very mindful of the impact of those same pressures on the cost of goods and materials that we procure as well in regards to our budget. On the flip side of that, there is a positive movement against budget expectations for interest earnings, and that's reflective of the upwards movement in the RBA cash rate. So we've got some wins on that front. The total cash held remains strong at $93 million in spite of a reduction in the month of July. Details on restricted cash balances are being finalised as part of the end of financial year reporting, so that will form part of the August report that comes back to the table. I just want to make an apology. The graph on page 168 of the agenda is incorrect. It reflects the incorrect month. So the current split is we actually have $62.6 million with the Queensland Treasury Corporation and just about $30 million with Council's General Banker. In regards to outstanding rates, so net of the rates that have been generated but not yet issued at the time of preparing the report, so we have $3.6 million in outstanding general rates and charges, and just under half of that is under management. Sundry debtors remain consistent with the previous month, so when you have a look at the graph, you'll see a really big spike in May, so that large invoice of about $8 million was paid in June. We are going to be reviewing our policies and procedures in regards to debt recovery and other actions, specifically around infrastructure charges or agreements. So we have quite a large balance that's outstanding in 90 days. So we need to just have a look at what we can do better on that front. In regards to procurement spend, it shows a higher spend than what we would normally see with businesses located in Queensland but outside central Queensland area. These are predominantly related to payments made to contractors for capital works progress claims, some annual software licence fees and other annual fees such as our LGAQ membership and the valuation role maintenance fee that we have to pay to the Department of Natural Resources. Total debt or borrowings has a slight increase as we're charged interest monthly, but we make our repayments on a quarterly basis, so we'll see that fall quite rapidly in the month of September when that is scheduled to be made. Our interest rates are fixed for borrowings at the moment, so our exposure to interest rate movements is limited only to what we forecast for new borrowings into the future. So cash rates will increase, but our interest rates on our borrowings won't change because they are fixed. In terms of capital expenditure, we spent $1.1 million of a $44 million budget, but we do have a further $21.3 million in committals. We have an internal target of wanting to achieve of actuals plus commitments of 50% of that adopted budget by the end of Q1. So we are achieving that target at the moment. So we have some internal, just to make sure we are having that pipeline and flow of capital works in progress. At this stage, we are estimating that the amount of carryovers, so that's the unspent capital budget from the prior financial year that will need to be carried over into this current financial year, is sitting at around $2.5 million, but I haven't had a chance to look at what the flow-on effect to our grant funding will be for that. So a large portion of that will be externally funded.
That seems significantly lower than what we were talking about several months ago.
It is because we did a lot of work as part of our Q3 estimate. So there was probably about $6 or $7 million that we'd already identified as carryovers as part of the $44 million budget, but overall that is still a lower amount than what it has been in previous years.
Yeah, okay, yep. Good outcome.
So we will, so I'm currently working with the business just to confirm those values with a view to present a Q1 estimate to councillors in November. However, Richard Mills, our coordinator of the Project Management Office, will present a more detailed update to councillors before the November meeting, just to provide some assurance around delivery alignment with budget community expectations. So we'll have a strong focus on budget, time and risk when we have that more detailed discussion with the councillors. So I'm happy to take any questions from the table on the July monthly financial report.
Thank you, Andrea. Any questions, councillors?
Thank you, Andrea. Yes, Mr. Mayor. You've already said it, but it was one of my questions originally. In our budget, our debt was 60.2 million. And on the same page here, which is page 172, as the 1st of July, 59.9. So is that the new figure, is it? 59.9?
It is, because we accrue interest monthly, but we have our repayments on a quarterly basis. So we'll be charged interest, so it'll go up in...
It goes up and a bit
It goes
comes
up
down.
and then a big chunk will come down each quarter.
Yeah, so,
Yep.
so the status quo, 59.9 million.
So that's what it was at the 30th of June, so just under $60 million. We've accrued about $250,000 worth of interest in the month of July, and a similar amount will be accrued in August and September, but then we'll make quite large payments, so just over $2.1 million in repayments in September.
Okay, so we'll be in the 50s then. We'll remain in the 50s. It's starting
Yep,
to look
so
really good, isn't it?
we are on track to reduce borrowings down to $54.3 million by the end of the financial year.
Councillor Friend?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Andrea. Perhaps I might refer this through you to Mr. Creedeman, but a couple of things. On page 174, there's Sewage 128 Arthur Street project. I thought this was already completed. There's $380,000 earmarked for this year. Is that still ongoing? Sorry to do this to you.
I believe it's in stages, but...
Thanks, Andrea. Thank you, Councillor Friend.
Oh, sorry.
So, it is in stages, so we completed stage 1 last financial year and we're moving on to stage 2, and then there'll be a further stage maybe in 24, 25 from memory.
Thank you. I just saw it was earmarked for this year, and I thought it was completed. The other one I have is on page 176, when it talks about annual design program, and it states that there's been 162%. Just in layman's terms, could you explain that percentage for me?
So we've spent $16,000 out of a budget of $10,000.
Thank you. Thanks for that.
The other one, on page 170, as you said before, the big spike there in May 22, and they've reduced since then again, which is good. The sundry debtors, the Keppel Cove one, did you say that that was paid? Because it has been referred to the collection agent for recovery.
So through the chair, no, what I had indicated, so see in May how there's the really large blue column there. So that was a invoice that we raised for contribution towards the Stanage Bay Road upgrade, and that was paid in the subsequent month, so that's why it drops down.
Oh, okay.
So the commentary, and it's a little bit hard to see in that graph because that May's really skews the scale on this. In 90 days, it's actually quite a large amount outstanding in over, and so 90 days end over, and that does relate to those large infrastructure charges or agreements that remain unpaid. Whilst the matters have been referred to the collection agency, I understand there's some other transactions or work going on, so that action has been paused with the collection agent at the, until those other...
That's the Keppel Cove one.
Yep, until those other
Councillor Mather,
avenues
can
are
I
explored.
perhaps request you to refrain from naming actual projects because it could be embarrassing for the...
Well,
I know it's in the report, but yeah.
okay, fine, Mr. Mayor. No, I just needed to make sure that was the case that I heard you talking about. Thank you.
Any other questions, councillors? All right. I'm happy to move the report, councillors. Can I get a second? Councillor Friend, thank you. We happy to go to the vote, councillors? Where's Councillor Watson? Okay. He's Yeah, we vote. All right, so all in favour? Carried unanimously for those that are here. Okay. 12.8, which is the Operational Plan 21-22 Performance Report. Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mayor. So, councillors, I'm presenting the Quarter 4 Operational Plan report for the 2021-22 financial year. Operational plans are intended to measure how the organisation was progressing its actions during a financial year towards the overall achievement of the strategies and actions within the corporate plan. So, out of 100 performance measures, there's 69% or 69 of items that were completed or expected to be completed within that current year. It was interesting to see that that was actually a decline on where we had reported at quarter 3. So all I can assume there is that we didn't achieve the things that we had originally set out to achieve in the last quarter of that financial year. I am comforted by the fact that when we were developing the operational plan that those checks and balances were in place. So where there are items that were going to be carried over into, or weren't going to be completed as they had been forecast, they are included in the 22-23 operational plan. Of that, I just draw council's attention to a couple of things that have been completed as part of last year's operational plan. So the principal cycle network prioritisation work was done, and that has resulted in funding submissions able to be focused on those priority networks. 34% of the population are active library members, and whilst this is still below the Queensland average, this has now enabled the library to embark on a more specific or targeted membership drive to increase that to achieve the Queensland average. We've achieved 27% waste diversion rates, and that is expected to increase substantially when the Resource Recovery Centre is commissioned. Unfortunately, we'll have to close this one out, but we were unable to secure a viable biosolids partner to divert waste from the landfill, so that process has been closed. We've got a lot of investment into our workforce with a huge focus on co-leadership development meetings that have been undertaken during that period, as well as the implementation of a revised performance management framework. 87% of our vacant positions are filled within 30 days, and that is well above our target of 75%. Some positive feedback around our online community engagement. So we've had 700 more visitors to the site, so that's about 3,000 for that quarter. There was 103 more participants in the same period last year, so that's about 1,000 participants, and an additional 68 new registrations compared to the same time last year. As well as the planning assumptions model work has been completed, and this is now being fed into the local government infrastructure plan review.
Thank you, Andrea. Questions, councillors? Councillor Friend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrea, just 3 questions on 3 separate pages. So page 189, 4.1.3a. 4.1.3a is facilitate a program of ongoing service level reviews with elected members, and this has been deferred from January 2022. Is there a reason why it's continuing to be deferred?
2 things. We changed the methodology and approach. So through the budget workshops, we did essentially a fast light touch with the councillors. The intent of this particular one was to do more detailed service reviews, but unfortunately we don't have any resources. We've had one role that's been seconded to Project Merlin now for 18 months, and Richard was successful in being permanently appointed to the coordinator of the PMO position. So we'll be essentially taking the opportunity to still look at levels of service, but not through service review projects as we have been in the past. Instead, the approach will be around the work the organisation is doing around the how to identify and find their 2% efficiency dividends.
Sure, thank you. The second page is 192. It's about the community voice panel. When are we expecting this review? 4.2.1a.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, I think if I noted from notes earlier in today's meeting, at least one of the voice panels has initiated that particular review. I know the one that I participate in, that discussion is ongoing at the moment. The terms of reference for the voice panels call for a membership refresh at the 2-year mark, which is about now. I have crafted, I guess, the sort of basics of what that refresh might look like to share with councillors. I just haven't distributed that. That follows our workshop a couple of Mondays ago.
Yeah, thank you so much. The last one is on page 194, and it's 5.2.2a. Sorry, I'll just find it myself. I do apologise. 5.2.2a I've written down. It's on the bottom. 5.2.2a. Thank you. Won't be long. There we go. Sorry, it must be page 195. It says, a briefing report was presented to councillors in this regard on the 7th of June, that's correct. There's been no formal direction in advancing this further via a scheme amendment. I just want to find out, will there be in the near future?
Councillors, if I recall the discussion, I think we had Liam Saxby here late one afternoon. There wasn't particular interest in pursuing adoption of those principles. The nominated action is certainly for formal adoption of that, which would be that we not proceed with a scheme amendment. We've probably enacted that administratively at this point, but for the sake of completeness, perhaps we should do that. So it's unlikely, on the basis of that discussion, that it will trigger any scheme amendment.
Sure. So therefore, perhaps it should be taken out of this operational plan, or
it remains in, and we simply report that as it has. There's been a discussion with councillors. There was limited appetite for proceeding that way.
Yes.
However, it did say that there would be formal adoption of that, and we should tidy up that piece of housekeeping.
Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Moved Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend. Councillor Bello, do you want to speak to the report?
Just to say it's good to review the year that's been, and we look forward to the year ahead. So thank you.
Anyone speaking against? Right. Would anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Friend.
I would just like to thank Andrea and her team for compiling this and putting all of this information and bringing it to the table to us and explaining things and being patient. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Friend. Are we happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All right, so we've got a mover and Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Friend, all in favour. Carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors. 12.9, councillors, is the internal audit plan for 2023. Welcome to the table, Catherine. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, councillors and CEO. So today I'm presenting to you the revised strategic 3-year internal audit plan, which incorporates our annual internal audit plan for the 2023 financial year. So annually, we revise the plan to ensure that, one, it aligns to our approved budget for the internal audit function, but secondly, it gives us an opportunity to ensure that the proposed projects in the plan continue to reflect the areas of greatest importance to council, and the areas that give management and our audit committee assurance of the auditable key risks to which council is exposed. So we've had 3 main changes that are reflected in this revised plan, and I'll go through those. So firstly, we have removed the internal audit project for validation of our audit response action plan. So removal of this item has given consideration to the fact that this was already a project within our 21-22 plan, which is currently underway and being finalised, and that is essentially validating all closed out audit actions over the previous 7 years. We also have our audit committee, which provide quarterly review and oversight to this audit response action plan. And then lastly, we also have management responses and associated actions included with all of our internal audit plans, and that provides an opportunity for our internal auditors to review our management responses and actions to ensure that they actually meet the audit findings and recommendations. Secondly, we've had the removal of phase 2, which was a health check on Project Merlin. So the reason for that being is the current delays associated with the project. So we have already moved the phase 1 from the 21-22 plan into this financial year, and then this obviously phase 2 health check will go into the subsequent year. Lastly, we've removed the item, the internal audit project for biannual data analytics and reporting. And we gave consideration to this data test is already subject to external audit. So that essentially provides a lesser risk than the other projects identified. So it helps us prioritise. So those 3 changes to the plan essentially help us to meet our budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Any questions, councillors? All right. Councillor Watson.
Not so much of you, Catherine, but I'm just wondering, are we getting another update on Merlin shortly?
I have no idea.
Mr Mayor, I'm not sure when the next one's actually scheduled, but it couldn't be too far away. I'll certainly check and get you that response, Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Councillor Watson. All right, can I get a mover and a seconder for this? Move, Councillor Friend. Seconded, Councillor Watson. Thank you. Councillor Friend, did you want to speak to the report?
No, there's no need. Catherine's done a wonderful job explaining it to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone speaking against? All right, we're happy to go to the vote, councillors. All right, I'm going to move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, Catherine. We are to 12.10, which is the Business Continuity Management System Policy, the Community Policy. Catherine, over to you again.
Great, thank you. Today I'm presenting for adoption a community policy for business continuity management. So this policy forms part of a framework that has been developed in consultation with C3 Resilience, who are specialists in the field of business continuity management and disaster management. So this framework comprises not only of this policy that we're presenting today, but also procedures that cover governance activation. Through this framework, we have now also developed business continuity subplans for all of our identified critical business functions. So essentially this policy is a statement of intent, and it outlines Council's commitment to minimise impacts during a disruptive event to be able to continue to deliver services to the community.
Any questions, councillors? Very comprehensive. All right, can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Friend, Councillor Bello, thank you very much. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
Not really, Mr Mayor, but I will just say that I believe that all of these policies are so important right across the board of any local government, association and council. Without policies and procedures, we would just be in utter chaos. So no, this is great, and it was self-explanatory once again reading through it, and I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. We're happy to go to the vote on this, councillors. All right, so moved Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Bello. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thanks, councillors. Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Andrea. 12.11, strategic plan regarding council memorial events. Megan, welcome to the table.
Thanks, councillors. So today we're presenting a report regarding the 2 memorial events that we do in the Shire, and that is the Independence Day service and the Canal Creek service. As part of budget reviews and service levels going forward, we just wanted to bring to the table an opportunity for councillors to look at doing the Independence Day service every 3 years, which will coincide with Tell 'em and Saver, and also the Canal Creek service every 5 years, which will then give it a milestone birthday every 5 years. So, any questions?
Councillor Watson.
Hey, Megan. There's a cost of $7,000 for the St Christopher's Chapel. I didn't see a breakdown. I was trying to work out how we could cost that much in that short period of time?
Yeah, sure. So the actual cost for the St Christopher for the Independence Day service this year was $5,590 to be exact. It's a combination of the audio equipment, the advertising, and the catering for the day. Catering is probably the biggest cost. So, and normally there is wages, but Trish and I did the service this year.
Any other questions, councillors?
I'm just wondering how we can reduce the cost. Do we have to spend so much on catering? And I noticed that we have our own little PA that I used recently at a meeting, and I was just wondering if we have to spend that sort of money to be able to do this.
Yeah, look, certainly we can reduce that. We can take our own little PA system instead of having 2 speakers there and a tech person there for the duration, which would save us about $950. The catering, yes, we can certainly not do the catering. However, I feel that Independence Day service is well received by the patrons who do attend to have a cup of tea and a scone and a sandwich following that service. But if we want to change the format and just have the service, we can certainly do that up to councillors.
I mean, I was just thinking we could go and buy some scones from Woolworths and jam and cream and sort it out ourselves, is what I'm thinking, just to reduce the cost but still have that service.
I guess that requires volunteers, though, to do that, Councillor Watson. That's always an issue.
Or additional staff too, Councillor Watson, to do that, which then puts wage costs back onto it as well.
Councillor Eastwood.
Yeah, look, I wasn't able to attend the last one. Were the numbers still up? Was it big numbers?
It was good numbers this year. I think there was about 75 people attended, and considering it was probably the coldest, wettest day that we've had in the Shire for this season, and COVID was still around, that the numbers it was still well attended this year.
Very good roll-up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So of course,
Sorry, I think Councillor Hutton had a question.
I'm not sure. No, I don't have a question. I'm suggesting potentially an alternative along the lines of Councillor Watson.
Okay.
Can I just, it's just a comment more than anything, but I was actually thinking about this last night, and with the way things are in the world at the moment, I think this is more important now than ever, than quite some time. But also I was thinking of a way of running it was, we asked the CWA to, bring scones and we supply the ingredients or something like that, had the tea and coffee there, and I've been thinking about Father Rob Stanley.
Well, perhaps if we leave this until debate, Councillor Watson.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillors?
Not a question, Mr.
Sorry, Councillor May, there's lights on.
Sorry, there.
In relation to Canal Creek, two gentlemen went to a lot of trouble to identify the actual plane crash, and it evolved from there. If we had a service every 5 years, I would wonder why we'd bother at all, because you can go a whole term and not even attend a service.
Councillor Bell.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can be so bold as to put forward an alternate motion or a foreshadowed motion, recognising the efforts that have been put into to give us something to consider, and I thank the officer for that. But I'd be happy to propose that St Christopher's Chapels remains as is, but we review the frequency of Canal Creek, perhaps with a trial of a 2-year. But happy for other persons to put forward, but that's what I'd be happy to put up as an alternate motion. 2 years for Canal Creek and every year for St Christopher's Chapel. So if this motion is lost, I'd be happy to test that one with the table, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So presumably, sorry, Councillor Friend, I'm just trying to clarify my mind. So Councillor Bello, point 1, retain the Christopher's Chapel service as is, currently operating, with a review of costs associated with all right. Yep. All right. And then secondly, Canal Creek the service be conducted every 2 years. Right. From 22-23? From next year? Or
starting from, say, this year?
Next year, yeah.
That'll work?
Yep.
Start next year.
All right. Okay. Councillor Hutton.
If I may be so bold, I'd like to consider adding on to the foreshadowed motion that we may consider. I take on board the good councillor's suggestion in regards to the timeliness of the routines. I wonder whether an additional comment could be provided that the elected group take a leadership role in organising and preparing the event with a reduced budget of $5,000 to achieve the two services. And then between us, if we can't find the volunteers or we can't find the service organisations, then we can say that we've given it every shot. But I believe that, you know, if one of our great costs is that we are asking for officers to come outside of regular hours and they're unable to attend, I think we can. We've obviously got councillors who are keen to see this advance. Let's see if we can do it and see if we can do it between us all and get it happening.
All right, so point 3 in that is that elected members play an active role in the organisation of each of these events. And you suggested a budget of $5,000, Councillor?
Yeah, just so that there is a figure there in case Canal Creek's probably one that when I was. Because in my own head, that Canal Creek was the one where I went, I can see how the cost would very quickly get up if you're providing shade and structures, but that's potentially possible to do other ways, but we still need to investigate that. So I thought if we, no, in total, so $5,000 in total, just so there is.
So it'll be with a combined budget.
Mr Mayor, is it too late for questions?
No,
with these
not at all.
So, understanding, so I'll preempt my question by saying understanding that we've asked every department, including engagement and events, to find efficiencies, and it's very difficult to find efficiencies in every department. And in saying that, not wanting to give up the yearly Independence Day because it's so important, was there any engagement with the veterans, RSLs, etc.? And what was their answer to every 2 years? No, every 3 years.
Every 3 years for Independence Day, yes, and every 5 years for Canal Creek. So yes, so we engaged with the RSL, NASHO groups, CWA groups, asking them if they would like to take on the management of it, and every group declined that option. When we said about the moving it to every 3 years for the Independence Day, there wasn't an overwhelming positive response to that. They do like to see it every year. Canal Creek, however, there was a response that it could be moved to every 5 years, knowing that we would then celebrate that 75th, the 80th, the 85th, the 90th anniversary of the plane crash. Sorry.
Thank you.
Just ask another question. When you're asking the RSLs and all that for taking on the management, would they have been interested in just being part of it instead of taking on the management if there was another way of managing it?
Definitely they want to be part of it, which they are now anyway. So they have an active role in it.
So it wouldn't be rude to ask if they were interested in doing CWA baking the scones or something like that?
No, that's definitely an option we can do going forward. Yep.
Right, councillors, we might take the alternate motion first, because if it's voted up, it becomes a substantive motion anyway. So the recommendation is that Council resolves to conduct the United States of America's Independence Day Remembrance Day service at St Christopher's Chapel every year, and 2, Canal Creek service every 2 years from 2023, and 3, elected members play an active role in the organisation of these events with a combined budget of approximately $5,000. Does everyone understand and happy with that? All right. All right. So can I get a mover, please? Councillor Bello, seconder. Councillor Watson. Councillor Bello, did you wish to speak to it?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the councillors for their contribution. I'd like to thank the Officer Megan for her contribution, presenting us with something, with options. That's what we really want to see, options. Also that there is a saving that we've identified, I think from $7,000 to 5,000, is that?
14,000.
14, well, that's certainly more than a 2% dividend yield, so we've definitely ticked that box. And I hope that we can ultimately do justice to these very significant memorial events within our calendar, especially St Christopher's Chapel, not diminishing Canal Creek at all, but they're very different, I believe, in what they set out to achieve. And I'm glad that we've considered this, and I believe that this motion is supported, that our community would be supportive of our decision. So thank you to all involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bello. Anyone speaking against? Anyone else like to speak for? Councillor Watson.
Thanks, Megan. I'd just like, my original thing was I wrote that this is wrong that we're doing this, but I'm very happy that we've rethought the way that we could run this, and I know it can be run on a shoestring. And it's just, I feel that in this time in the world with the issues going on between China and Russia and everything, we need to remember who our allies are, and we've got to remember that just outside here was the Battle of the Pacific, and the Americans are out there looking after us, and this is the only chapel of its type in the world that's still standing, although I saw one in the Solomon Islands built from bamboo. But this is the only one standing now, and this is why we need to continue this.
Thank you, Councillor Watson. All right, councillors, we'll wrap up debate on this one. We've got a mover, Councillor Bello, seconded Councillor Watson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And Megan, with absolute respect, can I suggest that you maybe do up a roster now of what councillors you want to do what, and put it in their diaries. All right, 12.12, the Community Engagement Internal and External Framework. Over to you again, Megan. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. So, councillors, we brought this to a briefing session a couple of weeks ago. Obviously, we're bringing it back now for endorsement, the engagement framework, which was up for review. We made a few changes based on the last report that we did, and now we're asking for you to endorse the final framework document. Any questions?
Silence is golden.
Megan, do you think engagements change much over time in your experience, in your role?
Absolutely.
Yep.
And it's ever evolving. And COVID really made us rethink how we do engage with the community. And I think going forward, we've got to get that balance between over engaging and really just informing the community. But also giving them an opportunity to ask a question and us answering it. So, which we're doing a lot more in that space as well. So,
sure.
Well, that was going to be my question too. Is actually, do you consider at the moment we are over engaging?
No, I think we've got a nice balance at the moment. Certainly, we were doing a lot of engaging at the end of last year and even the beginning of this year. But I think we have certainly pulled back at this stage, and we're doing more of that, informing the community about what's going on and giving them an opportunity to ask a question, and we answer it publicly on our Get Involved page, but keeping them informed of the project and every step of the way of the project. Example, Queen Street. So it's not necessarily that traditional survey that we're going out and asking them for feedback, knowing that we probably can't change much of the project, but we are still keeping them informed, and informing them is a form of engagement.
Yep.
So.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, thanks, Megan. Thank you. I've seen your team evolve over a number of years, and the engagement that you currently are undertaking is great. But are you also looking at the percentages of responses? So when we talk about, say, this morning we discussed Standage Bay Dam, yes, and the response to was 64% of only 16 people. Is there, compared to the population that may have been more than 16 people, so is there a cut-off point where we need to look at and say, hey, if, say, 4 people respond and one person doesn't agree, does that mean that 75% of people actually agree with this this issue? So what I'm asking is there, have you looked at like a framework to actually create those higher percentages to get more of a general consensus?
Yes, so when we engage with the community, the feedback we collate is for councillors and officers to make an informed decision. So if there is only one person that answers that survey, it is up to the officers and councillors to make an informed decision based on that response. So if we don't believe that one person's response is accurate, then we need to make a decision around that. So you really can't put, and this is going across the state with a lot of other councils that I engage with in regards to engagement and consultation, that you really can't put a figure or a percentage on the success of an engagement strategy based on how many people respond to it. It's about making an informed decision around this table or through with officers, whoever's making that decision at the end of the day. As long as we have done our due diligence in communicating that survey to the community, engaging the right amount of stakeholders, and advertising and promoting that consultation is underway, then however many we get back is really up to the person and how interested they are in that consultation that we're doing.
Thank you, Megan. I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Got a move of Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Thank you. Did you wish to speak to the report, Councillor Friend?
Mr Mayor, I think Megan's explained the engagement process extremely well today, so there's no more words that I can say that would top how you have explained it and what you do with your team and how you are in the community at large. Thank you so much.
Councillor Eastwood?
Yes, Mr Mayor. Look, I like the principles, the key principles: focused, relevant, open and honest, inclusive and responsive, and that's as long as we stick with those principles, we can't go wrong. I'm actually, Councillor Bello likes to pull out a big quote now and then, but I'm going to quote the Mayor in his foreword to the framework, where he says, "Our engagement framework seeks to create and embed a culture that recognises and values working with our stakeholders." And that covers it, I reckon. That's what it's all about. And I'm happy to second this one, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Eastwood. We happy to go to the vote, councillors? Are we going to pull out a quote, Councillor?
Well, there's always a chance. No, it's actually perhaps a quote, even though from a conversation that I had with our CEO yesterday in my councillor catch up with the CEO, where we spoke about this exact thing. And probably the takings from that discussion was identifying wherever we're doing capital projects, for example, or operational projects that are in the public realm, it'd be great for us to focus, identify them as really great opportunities to tell that message to the community. It might be upgrading what's going on at Matthew Flinders Drive at the moment, or the roadworks at the bottom of Matthew Flinders Drive. That's a great opportunity to have a conversation with the community, especially in those high-profile areas. And I was encouraged that the CEO certainly suggested the benefits of that, and I think it's a really an area that we can really grow into and use them as great conversation topics with our community. So, look, I'm not saying I look forward to that happening more, but I am, but I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just identifying that's perhaps a great opportunity within this engagement plan to explore. Thank you.
Yeah, well, certainly through Megan's team and through the media and comms team, we are now making deliberate efforts to consult with the other departments within council to pick up on those projects that are currently underway or the ones that have recently been completed, to inform the community as to why we've done them, what they've cost, what the benefits are and what the outcomes have been, what the issues have been in terms of their completion or the work that's underway at the moment. And Matthew Flinders Drive is a classic example, Councillor Bello. I mean, there's been lots of commentary in the media about how long it's taking. But the issue, when you sit down, as I have done with the foreman on the job, and he explained to me the issues around drainage, the issues around materials, the issues around having the whole team off on COVID or with COVID. I mean, when those sorts of things are explained, as we can then do to the community once we've had that information, it makes the message and the project a lot more real, and people understand what the delay has been caused by. All right, so thank you, Megan. No, so we've got a mover in Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Happy to go to the vote, councillors. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Thanks, Megan. $12.13. Welcome, Molly and Greg. Yeppoon Junior Rugby League Incorporated letter regarding Barmarie Multi-Sports Precinct. Over to you, Molly.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. So as previously discussed at a briefing session, we have noticed some drainage issues out at the Barmarie Sports Field, and the Yeppoon Junior Rugby League Club have been the most impacted, and they have provided a letter to council asking for a discount in relation to the impact that's been on their fields. So we estimate they've had about a 50% of their area has not been usable for the past 2 seasons. That's average, and we are working on solving the drainage issue. A further report is coming to briefing in September, and that will go through the what we've discovered about the drainage and the potential solutions, costings, etc. This report is asking for council to consider reducing the licence fee for Yeppoon Junior Rugby League for the next 2 seasons by 50%. As per their licence agreement, there is a clause that says, excuse me, I'll just get to it. In the licence agreement, there is a clause 13.1 licence fee reduction. If the facilities is damaged or destroyed and the licensee or its employees have not caused or contributed to such damage or destruction, and as a result the facilities are wholly or partially unfit for use, or the licensee cannot gain access to the facilities, then from the date that licensee notifies the licensor of the damage or destruction until the date that the facilities are again fit for use and accessible, the licensor must reduce the licence fee and any other money payable to the licensor by a reasonable amount depending on the type and extent of damage or destruction. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Molly. Questions? Councillor Watson.
Hi, Molly. Just wondering, so how are we going to rectify the problems with the flooding and everything that happens?
So a briefing report focused on that very issue is coming to the September meeting. So infrastructure have done some assessment. Greg, as the Manager of Community Wellbeing, is looking into it, open spaces, and our report's almost finished, and that will come to briefing going through a number of those issues.
Because I know it's been there for many years. I remember many times walking through knee-deep water and on a night when there's been heavy rain.
Other questions, councillors? Right. Okay. All right, so we've got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. Councillor Hutton, do you want to speak to the report? All right. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Eastwood, do you want to speak to the report?
Just really quickly, Mr. Mayor. Look, when we look at the costs that our sporting facilities cost us, it seems to be such a huge amount. But when you think of the benefit that they bring to our community, and they actually help make our community, so we need to make sure that we I guess we're not too tight, but we're not too tight, but we do I guess penny pinch as much as we can. In this, we need to look after the Rugby League Club. We need to make sure that we fulfil our legislative requirement by giving them the break and giving them the money off. But I think we just should take heed that everybody's been doing it tough in these past few years, and this just is another thing that just adds to it, I guess. But yeah, happy to second, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Friend, while you were out of the room, Councillor Hutton's moved, Councillor Eastwood has seconded. Essentially, Molly's just explained we have a legal requirement to do this, notwithstanding that we also have a moral and I think a responsibility in a general sense in relation to this. And I just wondered whether you had any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have no questions. Your report was straightforward and easy to understand. My apologies, as I'm still recovering from being in isolation last week. Thank you.
All right, so we're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors. Got a mover, Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Molly. Thanks, Greg. 12.14 is fees and charges amendment to Yeppoon Town Centre car wash and vacuum fees. Welcome back to the table, Mr. Executive Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is to correct an error in the fees and charges that's attached to this report. So officers were intending to increase the fees and charges at the car wash and with the vacuum services this financial year. However, it was overlooked. The budget does include the increase. So in the budget implications, we have already allocated the increase in revenue up to $412,000. So I guess if this is not adopted today, we'll have to look to back out that revenue increase in our budget. It's an administrative error that we've sought to correct, and it's changing the car wash fees from $5, $10 and $15 up to $6, $12 and $18, and the vacuum fees from $2, $4 and $6 up to $3, $6 and $9. So it's a modest increase. It's well used, and it provides a good return for council. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Michael. Is there any feeling about potential loss of use if the prices go up?
Yeah, we did have a chat about that over the last few months when we were looking at our fees and charges, and at this stage we believe that demand is strong and it's been growing, and it's a good facility, and our customers enjoy the facility there, so we don't see any downturn.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Mather?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Do we compare our new costs with other places, Michael?
Yes, thank you, councillor. We did do that in our deliberations. We had a look at the market. From my recollection, there aren't any similar facilities in our shire. There are a couple in Rockhampton.
How do we compare with Rocky? Do you know?
I think from my memory, this is a few months ago now, I think we are on par with the other commercial operators out of town. And we've put this forward through our budget deliberations. It's unfortunate that it hasn't been corrected in our fees and charges, but we believe our methodology and our market review is sound, and that we won't price ourselves out of the market. It's in line with other retailers.
Thanks, Michael. I'm not arguing the prices if we're competing with others of similar lines. The only thing, yes, it's unfortunate we didn't meet the budget, but I'm thinking if we're going to change them, we need to advise the public. Because if you go down on Monday and pay your $5 for your car wash, and you go back on Friday and you have to do it again, and you didn't know it was going to go up, and you're short-cheated because you didn't bring enough money with you. I think we need to make that announcement. I don't say we should go out and say we made a mistake and didn't put it in the budget. I don't know how you phrase it.
No, I take your point, Councillor Mather, but just be aware that the car wash is operated by credit card now, so you won't get short-cheated with cash. Yeah. But I take your point. Yeah. Councillor Eastwood?
Look, I think this is a question and shouldn't be in debate, but I'm actually happy with the charges. But what I've got a question about, and that I'm not sure whether this is actually, to me, you've got the charges, but then you've got the time change as well. I'm not happy with that, and I just wonder why we're doing both. That's, whether, because I just find that to me, as a public, if I went to use that car wash and I see the money's gone up, and I see that I probably am going to debate it a little bit, but you could, if we can amend, well, no, because that's okay, but I don't want the time to be changed.
Well, is it a question, councillor? Or
I have a question.
yeah, but I mean, is it a question? Because we haven't gone into debate yet.
Well, it is a question, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I have to think about what I'll say.
That's always good.
Yeah. I was thinking about last night with the increases, and it reminds me of a conversation we had with a person who started laundromats down south to raise money for non-profit organisations. And I was thinking, if we had this increase and a percentage of our profits that we had went to non-profits for, like we have with our, when we do the community grants, be added to that. I'm just thinking it's a way of funding the non-profits, but also when someone does go to swipe their card to wash their car, they know a percentage of it is going towards community grants.
So where's the question?
Well, the question's asking is that possible?
Right.
Sorry, after same question, I didn't put the Y on the end of
I guess from my point of view, the revenue is shown in this facilities business unit budget. If there's any variation to the current budget, then that's potentially going to affect our service delivery within facilities. So the revenue is allocated to this service, and then if there's any savings, then it'll be either absorbed by the other parts of the business that aren't revenue positive, or they may be given up, I guess you'd say, in our 2% efficiency dividend. So to reallocate them to another cause is really just shuffling the money around.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michael. So just so I know, and completely, this was an administrative error that was missed, and it was an accident. However, at the time of adopting the budget, did any of the was this implemented already at the car wash? So were the times changed? Was the increase in charges already implemented, and we realised we didn't actually administratively note it in the fees and charges?
Not that I'm aware of. So just to further to that, we have two data sets. We have our budget, which we allocated the additional revenue into. So that was talking over on this side of the pile of paper. And we had our fees and charges schedule, which is 130 pages. And that was administered through a slightly different process. The error was there was no check back and forth between the budget and the fees and charges. So we put our hand up and say that was an error and we'd like it corrected, please. Yeah.
A question to Mr. CEO. In adopting this, if that happens, we are, as I'm reading this, adopting the change to the fee, not necessarily the time, because the time's not mentioned in the recommendation.
That's how I would interpret it, Mr. Mayor.
And so therefore, if we adopt the change in the fees, then no change happens to the timing.
I couldn't interpret it any other way, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm certainly supportive of that. I'm just curious how the officer deciphers that the recommended increase to fees is not only monetary but also time-based, and on adoption will amend the time allocated per minute.
That's
so
why
I guess providing that's
what I was seeking clarification on.
dismissed from the report, or it's despite it noting in the report that there is time attached to it, that's actually not going to be.
So we're going to come back next time.
Excellent. Yeah, well, that would be good if we don't do that.
The question is, how is if the recommendation is adopted, how will it be interpreted? I can't interpret it any other way because it makes no reference to time.
So it's superfluous to the wording. It need not be in there at all.
The Mayor's question was quite closed. Does that reference time? No, it doesn't.
regardless of that, will the officers, because it's in there, it's not in the motion, will they keep it at the 1 minute 20 seconds?
Well, there'll be no authority from council to change the timing, councillor
Okay.
Eastwood. Just the dollar amounts.
Absolutely sure on that.
Well,
No, the fees and charges nominate the time on page 241. The recommendation is to change the fee only. And if that's adopted, then that's the only change we'll be authorised to make.
yeah, because what's in the schedule of fees and charges is the time and the dollar amount. And all this resolution will do, or recommendation is proposing, is to change the dollar amount. All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder for this one, please, councillors? Moved, Councillor Watson. Seconded. I'll second it. Start debate. Did you want to speak to the motion, Councillor Watson, the report? Okay. All right, anyone speaking against? Would anyone else like to speak for? I'm
supportive of Mr. Chair. I would really like to see the wording in there. Something to the effect, I know it's anal, but it's clearly in the report that time is connected to this monetary increase. It'd be great to have something reflected there that times won't change, but the money will. That would be my only request for an amendment to that.
Well, in supporting the motion, if you're going to do that, Councillor Bello, you are supporting a change, and this is why I'm labouring on the point, because I wanted that clarification. You are supporting a change in the dollar amount only.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But seeking an amendment to at least include wording to the effect that times will not be addressed as per the report actually contradicts, because the report says that time is connected to the increase. From a probity perspective or an audit and risk, it's clear in the commentary that, anyway, either I'll support it or not.
All right.
What is the clear motion now?
As you have up there, Councillor, on the screen. All right. So we're happy to go to the vote on this one, councillors? All right, so I've got a mover, Councillor Watson, seconder and myself, all in favour? Can I have the hands up again, please? 1, 2, Councillor Bello, was your hand up before? Are you supporting it or not?
Is there support for the amendment at all, Mr. Chair?
Try it. Try it.
Well, I guess I'm posing that, and then my support is conditional upon that, I guess, is what I'm saying. To be sure, to include that their time will not be altered as a result of this change. No, it's just
There's no change.
You can't go from a vote to not having a vote.
Yeah, you just had hands in the air. So I've called for the vote, councillors. So let's go through that process first. And if you want to adopt a different resolution afterwards, we can do that. All right, can we go back to that one? All right, so we've got, can I have those in favour, please? Jeez. Nothing like consistency, councillors. Okay. Those against? Motion is lost. All right. So now we have an amendment to Part A to suit Councillor Bello's request, so that it reads, amend the car wash and vacuum fees and fees and charges schedule to reflect an increase in the car wash fee charging brackets from the current $5, $10, $15 to $6, $12 and $18, with no change to the time allocation. And 2, that the vacuum fee charging brackets be amended with the current 2, 4 and 6 to 3, 6 and 9. All right. Now, Councillor Watson, just a point of clarification. Are you happy to have your name attached to that as a mover?
Oh no, that's sorry, I just copied that.
That's all right.
Yes,
But I mean,
it's okay to put that, yes.
okay, all right. Well, I'm happy.
I would like to ask if there's possibly something else being added to it. With maybe in the future we look at the possibilities of a percentage being set up in a grant fund or something like that. Is there something like that we can do?
To do
You know how I was talking about before about, and I don't mean right now because I know what we're trying to do is cut the, because
well,
of the
maybe you can
2%.
have that conversation offline.
Okay,
Councillor.
that's fine. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, can I just ask a question around the wording? So we've got part A, which references the car wash and vacuum fees, but then we've got part B, it doesn't quite. So do we remove the vacuum fees from part A?
Yeah.
And then, because it's just those words, and vacuum fees. So amend the car wash.
And just take,
Although, no, I don't know how to.
well, alternatively you can take
Make,
out,
or you take out the with no change to the time allocation and chuck it on the end as a separate one, and that way it counts for both.
Yeah.
That's probably the easier one, Justine.
Yeah. So
take the bit off the end instead of off the front.
So take off the with no charge to the time allocation. No change, beg your pardon.
And make that a part 3, part C.
Part C.
And that way it applies to both. Change it to
For
that.
car wash and vacuum. Yep. Okay. So we're happy with that now, councillors? Understand what we're voting for?
We just add that at the front of part C, so that there will be no. Sorry, just to. So we've got the council resolves
To not change.
To not change. There you go.
Sorry, Jussie.
Sorry, I just thought.
Sorry.
So make it, we'll resolve to not change.
Not change. Beautiful.
Okay.
That's a negative motion.
Well, that's because we're expressly stating something, which is a negative to the officers.
The time
positive.
allocation for both the car wash and vacuum remain the same.
But so how can the council resolves to?
Not change the time allocations for both.
That's the correct way to state it.
Make no change to?
No, we're just, I think the wording is clear, is it not? We're just engaging in semantics now.
Yep.
All right. So I'm happy to move, Councillor Watson and I are happy to sort of retain that again as mover and seconder. So we're comfortable to go to the vote, councillors? All right. Mover, Councillor Watson, seconded myself. All in favour? Those against? Motion is carried 6-1. Sorry? All right, Mr CEO, I'm conscious of lunch, it's 12:30. You want to get another report in first, or what?
I'm not sure how long that item, it's lengthy in terms of pages, but I'm not sure if it's all that complicated.
That's what, I've heard this one before. I was going to say number 18 and 19 for sure. 18 and 19 we could fly through. Leave 2 for after lunch.
Morning, councillors. So this one is in relation to our trade waste policy. Previously called Trade Waste Environmental Management Plan, now called Trade Waste Plan. Councillors will have seen previously the high-level policy, which needs to be amended, and I think we've done that several times over the last few months. So what this does is it updates the high-level document to make reference to the trade waste procedure, and the trade waste plan lies below that document. Hopefully that makes sense. The key changes to the document is that it hasn't been updated since 2015, so it's long overdue. So we've made a number of minor amendments. We haven't changed any significant things in relation to the categories of waste. There remain 3 types of trade waste discharge. Those are Category 1, Category 2, Category 3. Most of our trade waste emitters in the Shire are Category 1, which are generally seen to be as equivalent flows to really a domestic input from a residential house. The point to note with trade waste Category 1 is that particularly if it involves hot food production, then they're required to have an on-site interceptor to stop oils and greases blocking the sewers nearby. One change we have made is that in the past, trade waste emitters have the option to pay a fee to avoid installation of necessary primary treatment on the premises. So that's been removed. The intention is that we do demand installation of that primary treatment to make sure that we don't block the adjacent sewer up with fat and lead to sewage overflowing in the adjacent street. Other than that, there's minor clarifications to the charging methodology. Principally, that means that Category 1 remains as a flat rate annual fee up to a certain volume. The volume per year is 250 kilolitres. Cat 2 is anything over 250 kilolitres, but up to certain strengths in terms of the critical chemicals and biological matter that might be emitted from trade waste. So those are categorised, if anyone wants to look, on I think page 262 of your report, and it clearly lays out what those are. Category 3, these are high strength, high volume discharges normally from sort of major industry. So at the moment we don't have any Category 3 at all in the Shire, and there's no foreseeable instances of Category 3 trade waste emissions starting up. If they do, then we propose that they need to come back to council. One of the key things is that they can have significant impacts on the sewage treatment plant particularly, and therefore we'd have to do a fairly detailed assessment of what the likely impacts would be. And we'd obviously expect to see a development application from that industry, then we'd do an assessment of what the impacts might be. And council's still got the option to refuse those kind of discharges because it may be that the capital improvements required at the sewage treatment plant may be unaffordable for us. So that's why we've reserved Cat 3. So those, I think, are the major changes. Other than that, we're up to date. This brings us in line with the Water Safety and Reliability Act, requirements to protect the sewage system and particularly the sewage treatment plant to ensure that discharges to the environment remain compliant.
Thank you, Nige.
Thank you, Nige.
Councillor Friend.
Yes, through you, Mr Mayor. I think you've just answered my question, which was going to be in relation to Category 3, such as embalming, funeral parlours, things like that. I noticed that under funeral parlours within this this information, it was like the food preparation for a wake, perhaps. But anything else, such as those heavy-duty chemicals. That's what you were talking about, wasn't it? About the development application, and then assessing it from there. Is that?
Yeah, those kind of discharges, can be particularly harmful. I think previously, a sewage treatment plant capacity of 10,000 people, a small dairy, if that dairy discharges a large biological load at a certain time, it can knock out the entire sewage treatment plant. And once that happens, it's a biological process. We grow the right bugs there to treat the nasties in the sewage. If we knock out those bugs, then it can take the sewage treatment plant out for weeks and weeks.
Sure, sure.
So that's the thing we're trying to protect there.
Thank you. I'll move, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Councillor Watson.
So there are no increase in fees compared to last year?
Only the fees that were already increased as part of the fees and charges,
in the budget
was adopted.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so we're sort of going to discourage Cat 3 sort of businesses.
I don't think we're discouraging them. I think if a big industry comes along and has, a serious investment to make and they want to, develop some new industry, it just means that we go through an assessment process, work out what impact it might have, and then that might require them to have some on-site pre-treatment.
Yep,
which would take out those big flows or big spikes in load.
Okay. Right. Thanks.
Any other questions, councillors? All right, I've got a mover and Councillor Friend. Can I get a seconder, please? Councillor Eastwood, thank you. Councillor Friend, did you wish to speak to the report?
No, thank you, Mr Mayor.
All right, we happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All right, so we're going to move a Councillor Friend, seconder Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Those against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. And that will be lunch. Move a procedural motion that we break for lunch. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Thanks, Nigel. Yes, please. All right. Okay, so procedural motion to resume from lunch, councillors, all in favour? Thank you, carried unanimously. 12.16, the Infrastructure Portfolio Quarterly Management Report for April to June.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this report has a range of KPIs and data in it. Some of it is from April to June, as the Mayor mentioned. There's one on the first page of the report where I wasn't able to quite get the figures, so I had to go for the end of May, so apologies for that. And that's total revenue and total expenses on page 291 of the agenda. But we were tracking well to the end of May on our revenue as per total budget and expenses. So I'll provide that update in the next report, just to round out the last financial year. Capital works delivery. So I've included in the report this time our corporate KPIs. So our target's 90% for capital operational project delivery. So as we know, we've got a fair bit of work to do in our capital delivery program this year and into the future. So last year wasn't where we wanted it to be. That's all. It's an understatement to say the least. So with this year's program and Andrea's, we'll be tracking that through our financial reporting monthly, and we'll be closely watching that with our teams and making sure that we meet our targets better than what we have done in the past. And that also goes for the operational initiatives, which Andrea presented earlier today. But just from an infrastructure point of view, a number of our operational initiatives were tied to our capital projects. So in saying that, some of those, say Emu Park West Reservoir, was in our capital program, is also reported into our operational program. So there was some of those which are carryovers, which therefore were not completed in the financial year. So that shows scheduling expected. So I just wanted to highlight that. Safety, our corporate KPI is lost time injury frequency rate less than 43. I'll allow that rate to be reported through the Office of the CEO and through Christie's reporting, but I just wanted to highlight in this report that there are 126 safety incidents in infrastructure during the financial year, and I've got some statistics there around 31 report only, which is a good thing when people have near misses. Not that we want them to have near misses, but or hits, if I can say that. But it is good that they're feeling that they need to report these things and not just move away from whatever almost happened. We did have some lost time injuries, 8 of those, 3 incidents where we required medical treatment, and then 12 with first aid treatment. So we'll continue to monitor our safety performance through our safety committees and our toolbox talks, and it's not just one silver bullet. We need to work on a number of different strategies to ensure the safety of our staff, contractors and community at large. It was pleasing to see that we had 43 hazard inspections planned. 41 of those were completed on time. So that's a good result, because it does take a bit of effort at times to ensure that we have our inspections done monthly. We have a range of stakeholders that come together with different views, and we look for improvements. So that was pleasing. I'll just move through the report. Our customer requests on page 293. So closeout rate of 90% for our customer requests. So the table's there for the year, financial year just gone, just under 10,500 customer requests within infrastructure. So pleasing to see our closeout rates are so high, but as mentioned, the last few quarterly reports, that's one part of the metric. The other part is closing the loop in a timely manner with quality responses, which is something that we need to continue to work on and strive towards. I'm continually talking with our teams to ensure that we put ourselves in the shoes of the customer. So I'm sure there's times where that may not have seemed to be what we were doing, and we have had chats at various times with different councillors about some of our customer requests, and appreciate the constructive feedback. So happy to continue with that and partner. I've also included just for the year that's passed, customer requests received from yourselves as councillors through to the department. So that's something that I haven't done before. It's not meant to be a commentary in either for or against. It's just a snapshot of your, I guess, interest in some of our infrastructure projects and through customer requests and the like. So appreciate once again that engagement with all levels of our organisation in infrastructure. With respect to construction and maintenance, I've got some tables there with the revenue and expenses for the financial year. Rural maintenance, for example, we achieved 92% of our revised budget for the year, which is a good result. With respect to some of our contracts with main roads, there was some slight reductions in those, which are, it's not because we haven't delivered as per the contract, it just means that the levels of service and the intervention levels hadn't been reached for us to act on behalf of main roads. So there was a reduction in revenue and a reduction in expenses through those activities. I might just work my way through quality management systems. So we do have some high targets for a closeout of our third-party accredited quality management system within infrastructure, and I'm pleased to say that across the board we met those targets with high-risk audit actions 100% closed on time and medium-low risk audit actions 80%. Our target was 75%, so that was pleasing that our staff put effort into once identified looking to improve our processes there. And then our purchasing compliance, which we partner with our finance team. You can see the graph there for the entire year. So on page 297, our benchmark is 97% compliance with our procurement and purchasing policies. So you can see throughout the year we achieve overs and unders in some months, which we get reports monthly, and we ask our staff to review what they're doing and making sure that we're improving when we see something dipping underneath the line. And with respect to skip through engineering services, I just want to touch on water and waste operations just very quickly on page 299. From the start of the financial year through till the end of financial year, we had about 200 additional water connections in the Cap Coast. So that just shows growth in our communities. So that ends up being just under 2% population growth as per water connections. So that's extra work for our crews, but also extra residents, and it's a good positive story for our region that we're such a desirable place to live.
You don't have those three suburbs in there. Did they have any increases?
We'd have to go back through the data, Councillor. I can take it on notice for you.
That's right. I just thought it's sort of relevant at the moment.
Yeah. Okay. I'll take it on notice, and we'll provide that for each of the councillors. And the only other thing I wouldn't mind there's some photos in there of some projects that we've been working through. With fleet services, our plant utilisation is, for last financial year, was 42%. Target is 70%. So as I've mentioned on numerous occasions, we are looking to rationalise our fleet, and we've probably over the last 6 months we've been doing that through identifying vehicles which are underutilised and swapping them for vehicles which are doing many more kilometres or hours, to try and equalise our usage. But we have also identified, and it says in the report there, 6 light vehicles, pool vehicles, which were disposed because they were just not needed. Once we did the assessments, we found that by pooling our vehicles, we could easily accommodate everyone's needs.
Just ask a quick question. With your plant equipment, if you're moving them around and making sure they're all sort of gathering at the same amount of hours and that, does that mean that we end up with this bulk payment that we have to bring out to pay for all this machinery in one go instead of staggering it because of certain machinery being used more often than others?
So thank you for the question. They won't all come to the end of their time at the exact same moment. So we have a range of, say, utes, for example, which we might have some that we're trying to get them to similar sort of kilometres per year, but some of them might have, so say 4 years, some are 3 years. So we still try to bring them through based on kilometres and years to
I was thinking more
smooth it.
Of the yellow equipment, the big stuff that's cost a lot to replace, that's all.
Yeah, so I don't believe we'll have the same sort of issues with the yellow plant because they're mostly out in the field working systematically with the crews. It's mostly the sedans and the small sort of utes that we might have issues with, where one particular person might drive many kilometres compared to another one that might be parked up a bit more. So we're just trying to rationalise that. I expect that number to come up over the next 12 months. And there's a photo in there of, as Councillor Friend mentioned this morning, the Community Voice Panel will be visiting the Yeppoon Sewage Treatment Plant solar farm in the next few weeks. So there's just an aerial photo of just how, how impressive that solar array is, and how fortunate we are that we've been able to complete that project. And the Resource Recovery Centre is also well and truly underway, and it's expected to be completed in the next sort of 2 to 3 months, and that'll be fantastic for our waste diversion and from landfill and recycling efforts. So I'm happy to take questions, councillors.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair, to Mr. Creedman. Page 301, just looking at the comparison recyclable collection versus landfill disposal. You just brought up then the recovery centre at the landfill. We should be able to see some dramatic or significant increase once that centre's up and running. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct, councillor. From memory, in our service plan for this financial year, we're targeting 40% of waste diverted from landfill. Last year, I think we may have achieved 25%. So,
okay.
So it's an incremental increase, but it'll make a big difference.
And just in your professional opinion, would you say that if Livingstone Shire Council had an education officer, that would also increase the amount of recyclables within our shire, to see that the yellow of that graph grow?
I think so. I don't have any exact idea on the quantum of that, but when we talk about say engineering issues, we talk about the 3 E's: so engineering, solution, education, and enforcement. So education's one of the key pillars of any program.
Yes, certainly. I have been approached by some people who are wanting to go into schools and kindergartens to discuss waste, so an education officer would be advantageous for our council. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor. Michael, the Mount Charlton roof that's gone on there, is that complete? Do you know?
No, it hasn't been completed yet, councillor. The reservoir was drained, and you can see by the photos the roof has been removed.
See the floor.
In the past few months, a separate contractor has been into the reservoir, patching the internal leaks and sealing it back up. So I haven't got an exact time on when we'll fill the reservoir again, but I'll find that for the councillors.
The town's got water, so nobody's complaining. Nobody's talking about reduced pressure or anything like that, so that's good. And Mr. Mayor, if it would please you, because I'm told reliably, that once we do get a patch from the inside, and that's the trick in all of this, that should last another 20 or 30 years. It's a nice thought, isn't it? There's a couple of ones here, but if somebody else would like to go first.
Floor is yours, Councillor Mather.
I'd have to thank the officer for the good report, Mr. Mayor. It's quite comprehensive there.
Very much so.
You're taking us into corners that we've never known before, but they're all very interesting.
I might just add for Councillor Mather, I was going to say that our electronic waste vouchers through the app begins next month. So there's 2 weeks for our community to download the app, and then we'll be moving into that sort of exciting new world. So looking forward to getting even more data on our voucher usage in the next financial year.
I'm probably a little bit of the old-fashioned type. I've got to have them all cut up and left in my husband's car.
Okay.
My understanding, Michael, is that the app won't be available for download until the 1st of September, is that right?
I think you can still download the app now. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I tried the other day, unsuccessfully. Yeah.
Oh, really? Not yet.
Sorry? I can get them printed. Right. I wanted to use the app.
So, Mr.
I've got the app, but I couldn't download the vouchers. Yeah.
The vouchers, yes, available from the 1st of September.
Sorry. Yeah.
Excuse me, Michael, do you know why people are asking why their street or their address isn't available on the app? There's people who've been downloading the app and then finding out that they can't actually access it because their address isn't in the app. Do you know anything about that?
No. I might talk to you later about that and get some specifics, and we can.
Yeah, apparently I've just been reading it on our Facebook page, and quite a few people are asking that question.
All right.
Michael, page 294, down the bottom, there's just 2 bars there with some figures in it. If you'd just explain what they mean, please. Because I was keeping an eye on the maintenance for the rural roads, because I knew that we'd have to expend more than we had because of the rain. There was a lot of work to be done. The rural maintenance.
So you mean in the table there? So rural maintenance,
table,
the budget Q2 revised budget 4.14 million, and then the actuals were 3.8 million. So that's the figure that we've worked to. I could imagine that figure will go up slightly once the reconciliations are complete with the finance reporting period.
Yes.
But in general terms, we're sitting at 92 to 95% of our budget. I think that's reflective of the way that the crews have balanced the needs and of the community with the budget, and also reflecting our levels of service that are adopted through policies and procedures and so on. So in the rural areas, it's a little bit more. I guess we've got more unsealed roads, and it's a bit more open to the elements, as you say, Councillor. Whereas if you look at our urban budgets, on the next table, so the budget was 2.26, and we spent 2.19. It's 97%. So it's much more consistent, mostly sealed roads. Less inclined to be damaged by the elements. So, yeah, it's going to be somewhere between 92 and 95% as per budget.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mather. Any other questions, councillors?
As I said, Mr Mayor, it's a very good report.
Yes, it is, very
It gives
comprehensive.
us a greater understanding of the extent of the multifaceted organisation that we have here.
Mm.
Yeah.
All right. So can I get a mover and a seconder for the report? Move Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. Thank you. Would you like to speak to the report, Councillor Friend?
Just very briefly, Mr Mayor, I'd like to thank Mr Creedman and his team of people within infrastructure and all areas of infrastructure for an amazing job that they do on a daily basis. Especially in my particular portfolio, I'd like to mention waste operations. There was 2,637 opened year to date, and 2,639 have been closed because of the 38 customer request carryover. 98.65% completed. Water operations, 97.78% completed. This is absolutely amazing, and this is right across the board. And even road issues, 92.53% completed. So we do listen to our constituents. Our officers do take their jobs very seriously because they care about our community. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, Councillor Friend. Is anyone speaking against the report? All right. Would anyone else like to speak for?
Just
Councillor?
very briefly, Mr Mayor, we haven't completely closed off the issue of the Marlborough staffing arrangements, and I'm hoping that that will be dealt with soon and swiftly, because that will improve our efficiencies. It's not Michael's fault, but I believe that we're dragging the chain on this one, knowing that there are people working more than their capacity. So I think the sooner we deal with that one, the better. Thank you.
Okay, we're happy to go to the vote now, councillors. So we've got a mover, Councillor Friend, seconded Councillor Mather. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. 1217 is the Livability and Wellbeing Portfolio Management Report. Welcome to the table, Mr Acting Executive Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I suppose given my short duration in the role, I bring to the table this vast array of data and probably just make a couple of comments at the outset about it, and they're happy to field any questions. If I was going to make some comment, I'd suppose I'll be making some suggestions to Chris about maybe doing some improvement to the report in terms of if I was producing this sort of report, I'd tend to make it a more graphic. I think trends are very useful in these sorts of things to aid understanding about, for instance, I draw your attention, I suppose, one example would be in the community centre. I spent some time with Sue the other day, and the numbers of people who are seeking assistance through there has risen quite significantly. The number of eye care vouchers has risen. I know Councillor Rose is involved there. Oh, sorry, Councillor Watson, sorry. Yeah, no. Eye care? You're sorry. Sorry, I see. I'm still learning the various. But anyway, the point. I suppose the point is the amount of people seeking assistance there, and that doesn't jump out of you the way the report's presented. It just gives you a raw number. So I suppose I'd be sort of recommending sort of a more graphic presentation. The other thing is, for me, health and safety should always be at the front end of just about, the safety and well-being of our staff and the public who we serve we work around is vitally important, and there's no cost control element. So anyway, that'd be just some suggestions for how we might improve the report going forward. But other than that, I'm just happy to try and answer any questions, or certainly take on notice any questions that councillors might have.
Thank you, Bob. Any questions, Councillor Mather?
Just as you said, Bob, the first thing that struck me, I'd like to see what happened last year, so that we could see what the
you see a trend there.
Yeah, that was the first thing that grabbed me. So you're spot on there. But I mean, all these figures are always good, but you've got to have something to compare them with. Otherwise, you really have just got some blank piece of paper.
Yes, Council, I agree. And you need some benchmarks and you need some trends as to which direction things are going. There's just on the development of assessment and approval statistics, we know there's a lot happening in that area at the moment. And so this would be a great opportunity to share that information.
Well,
So.
it is, and there's a lot happening everywhere, and each department impacts on the other. So it's not a clear slate really, because there are overlaps everywhere. And unless you get the true picture of what happened before and where you expect to be from now, it really doesn't tell you anything. You just don't seem to have the energy to sort of move on because you don't know where you've come from. Yeah, thanks, Bob. It's very good otherwise.
Yeah, and the only other comment I make is just a reminder that Trish and I are still, we've spoken to some councillors, but we'd like to speak to more about how we can improve the customer and your experience in the customer service space to try and help, expedite and close out customer requests more efficiently and more effectively. So we've already started talking with the various officers that are usually involved with those requests and how we can do it better. We've had a significant meeting with them, so we'll be hopefully making, well not hopefully, we'll be making some recommendations.
We can take you along to the resolution with us.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Not a bad idea, Mr. Mayor.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Watson.
I just was looking at the customer support with the calls and the callbacks and the call to abandon. We're missing out. We've got 13% of our calls just people hang up on.
Yeah,
is that because of lack of staff or?
I nearly mentioned that, Councillor. No, there's a technical problem with the phone system. The phone system's at the end of its life, and we have, and I do have the statistics. Or you've seen the statistics there, and it's very frustrating for the customer service officers that they'll have phone calls just drop out with no notice, and it must be more frustrating for the customers because they probably think we're hanging up on them or something. Anyway, but I didn't raise it because I'm reliably informed that. That is the system will be replaced as a matter of urgency now.
I'm not so sure that it's your system because it happens to my place all the time.
At home?
Yes, yes.
No, this is definitely related to our system. Our system is.
Okay. Well, do you think there is a glitch there, Rob?
Oh no, no. Oh, I think it's acknowledged there is. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
It wore out.
so but it is. I mean, it is one of the. It is one of the underpinning issues that must be diminishing that customer service experience.
Right. Thank you, Bob. Well, can I get a mover and a seconder to receive the report, please? Councillor Bello, Councillor Mather, thank you. Do you want to speak to the report, Councillor Bello? All right. We happy to go to the vote on this, councillors? All right. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Thank you. 1218, councillors, is the nomination for special holiday for the 2023.
Happy to move it, Mr. Mayor.
You, Councillor Hutton. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Friend, thank you. Do you want to speak to the report, Councillor? Councillor, Mr. CEO, did you want to speak to the report for us, please?
No, necessarily, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, righto. Fairly self-explanatory, councillors. Because Rockhampton Regional Council changed their show week, wasn't it?
Did they give a reason why?
Well, perhaps we'll go to the CEO and he can explain.
Our resolution to proceed predated the reception of information from it's not the Showman's Guild anymore, whatever the association is that nominates the dates. Now, we would normally make a recommendation in the generic form that you see on your agenda today. We didn't at that meeting, made a specific date on the basis of what we understood the historical date to be. That proves to have been in error now that information has been received. So we need to remedy that. In future, you'll see the generic style resolution. In fact, I've already notified the Office of Industrial Relations of the change. So today we're really just seeking endorsement of that rectification of that error.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Mr. CEO. Do you think this, well, we don't know, we're only assuming, but do you think this is going to cause any issues with those that have currently, like schools or other businesses that are currently set their calendar for next year around the previous show holiday that we adopted? And once again, not our fault, but do you think that there's going to be some issues there?
I'd be flattered if people were setting their calendars around decisions of Livingstone Shire, but I think they would wait for gazettal from the government, like others, and for those to be published. So I think the risk of that is very low.
Thank you.
Councillor Eastwood?
Oh, you just make a statement like, I think we just need to make sure these things don't happen again. I did 2 press things on this, and potentially could be quite embarrassing.
All right. So we've got a mover in Councillor Hutton, seconded Councillor Friend. We'll go to the vote on this one. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. 12:19, change of ordinary council meeting date for October 2022. Mr CEO.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. With a number of councillors attending the LGAQ conference in October, there is will be an absence of quorum for the scheduled ordinary meeting date on the 18th of October. We're recommending that be shifted to the 25th to accommodate that.
Thank you. Any questions, councillors? Can I get a mover and a seconder, please? Move Councillor Mather, seconded Councillor Watson. I don't think there's any need for early discussion on this. I'm happy to go to the vote. So all in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. Righto. So any urgent business or questions, councillors?
Yes,
One.
Mr. Oh,
Go.
sure.
Councillor Bellet.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm probably seeking advice whether this would qualify for urgent. And I probably could have flagged it earlier, but I've been thinking about this morning there that the Yeppoon Show Society contacted me seeking council's actions in relation to providing a letter of intent to do with the Jabiru Drive intersection, which is pivotal to their advancing their development application. By virtue of the President contacting me, I'd raise it really as for consideration. If it's an operational matter that can be done, that's great, but if it was requiring a decision of council, well then I'd hope that we could do it sooner rather than later. So,
if I can respond to that, Mr. CEO, and attempt to do that anyway. At the meeting we had here with the President of the Show Society and the Secretary of the Show Society, they raised that issue. They're comfortable with the timing by which council will have that works done from Jabiru Drive across, because they don't envisage they'll have any of their structures or their operations ready any sooner than that. Those works will be done. Yes, I mean it's I suppose concerning that intersection is currently at capacity, the intersection at Milroy Drive and Yeppoon Rocky Road, according to TMR, but according to Mr. Landsberg, the timing of the works that will be done to connect Jabiru Drive across to Milroy Drive, etc., will be in line with their planning now anyway. So I don't know whether that answers your question in totality, but certainly operationally we have taken it on board. I have had some discussions with some of the officers locally about it.
yeah, it just seemed that they were needing additional information that they can provide through their consultant to TMR. That's how it was sort of pitched to me.
Yeah, and my understanding is that Mr. Lau will be actually providing that information to the consultants.
Okay. Is there the ability to commit to a time frame on that? I guess because if he's contacting us saying, hey, still waiting for that correspondence, which is vital to them, in their mind, it's of a more urgent nature. So
Sorry.
can that?
No.
I could, if it just quickly, we've got $30,000 in this year's capital program to complete the design, detailed design of that intersection, and it's earmarked for next financial year 1.57 million to construct.
That's right. Yeah. But anyway, in terms of that information being translated to TMR, that won't be an issue.
Won't be an issue.
No.
Register concurrence agency. Tony can do that very quickly.
And he did undertake to do that at that meeting we had. All right. Councillor Bello, are you happy with that outcome?
I'll be great. We'll be very happy when Kevin is going to say, mate, got the letter, that's fantastic.
Okay.
So look forward to that.
Yeah.
CEO.
Councillor Mather.
Thank you. Like Councillor Bello, I don't know if it's considered urgent, but I think it's reputational important. the retaining wall up on Tanbury Road, because it's taken so long to get up and going, people are saying to me, get your council up and going, what's going on? They can't do this, they've got the machine sitting there beyond hire. I said, look, it's not come past me, but I don't think they're our people. I kept saying it's not our people. And I put in a question the other day, and yes, I got the answer back, and yes, they are our people, and there are reasons for that. But yeah, it doesn't look good because it's been going on for so long, and it's just an untidy site, that's all.
Well, as was pointed out in the letter from the Executive Director, Councillor, it's not a Livingstone Shire Council job. We are being subcontracted for some components of that, but it is actually a Transport and Main Roads job. And so if there's any, I suppose, ire or criticism over the job, it should be directed at them.
People on the job, though.
Certainly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we've got project officers or 2 project managers, officer, whatever they are, supervising it.
Well, I think perhaps the way to address this, Councillor, is
I just don't know.
we put something.
We don't need to do anything. We just need to tidy it up and get on with it.
Well,
if
you raised it as an issue, Councillor.
Yes,
so
yes.
Ultimately, I'm just giving you the answer, and we will continue to try and do that job. And I'm sure the Executive Directors will make sure it gets done as quickly as possible. But there's a lot of elements that have got in the way, notwithstanding wet weather as well.
That's what I found. That there were more prickles on it, but they were ours. So I've been defending and saying, no, it's not ours, it's not ours. So to find that it was, and then to find out what the hiccups were, you can understand that. But
well, Councillor, at the risk of generating the ire of our community, they are often quick to complain.
Well, I was defending them. But anyway, Mr. Mayor, if we've resolved those issues, have we resolved those issues, Michael? Do you know?
No, it's okay.
I think
it's not really an urgent business matter. We're dealing with it operationally, Councillor Mather. So I think we'll just continue to do that.
Yeah, well, as long as I've got the answers now, that I can tell people what's happening and why the delays are occurring. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But we just have to look after our reputation as well.
All right. Any other matters of urgent business? All right. So can I move into closed session now, please? I'm happy to move that. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Friend, thank you. All in favour? Thank you. Carried. councillors. So we're looking at 15.1, the Gateway Business and Industry Park report. The recommendation is that council resolves to delegate the chief executive officer to enter into contracts of sale in relation to tenders 2 and 3 contained in the report, and 2, continue marketing the lots within stage 3A and B of the Gateway Business and Industry Park that did not sell through the tender process. I'm happy to move that, councillors. Can I get a second? Councillor Eastwood. All right. Any further discussion, councillors? Bearing in mind we are in open session with a confidential report. All right. Got a mover myself, second to Councillor Eastwood. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. I believe that concludes our business for today. So thank you for your attendance, and thank you to our officers, and thank you to the members of our community viewing on live stream. Have a lovely afternoon.